Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the retreat. The first couple of hours today are a lot of information. So Adriana is going to walk us through the first bit, which is, we've worked off a financial forecasting model since, I think, 2017, different ones. And we've developed a new one, which Adriana began working on, several months ago. We've been talking about it since last year. And so we'll be showing that to you all for the first time today. I don't know how many of you are familiar with financial models. They use a number of assumptions. We've reduced the number of assumptions in this one down significantly from the one from 2017 and the one from 2023. It's useful. I believe they're useful at least for the looking today at the next 3 to 5 years. The model itself looks at 15. Try not to get blinded by 15 years from now. It's totally contingent upon all of the assumptions changing, of course. And mostly within the model, what we've done and what we have done in the previous models is we mostly assume after 5 years some level of equilibrium, right? So your assumptions go back to whatever the 50-year averages are. And no, I don't know how good that is either, right? So that's partly the reason why the model actually stabilizes after year 5 in almost every case. So if we can get it going. Yay! Good job. Adriana's going to walk us through it. Yes. And you all know Adriana, the Chief Director of Finance. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, David. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your time and for having me and for your time today. We all appreciate that. It's Sunday and we all here, especially you there. I know it's going to be a long day and there's going to be a lot of information for you all. So I hope I will prepare you the grounds for further conversations and for the rest of the day. But I only have 1 hour scheduled for to represent what I've been working on and what me, David, and Jennifer have been kind of working on for a while now. So I'm just going to jump into it, and you can hear me okay, correct?
Yeah.
Good.
Who's Jane? Jane Boulder is the lead negotiator for Aspen.
Okay. Just wanted to know. And
Okay, so I will jump right into it. So at first, I would like to just go over our forecast overview. And, David already mentioned some background, but a short reason why we are here. When the district was formed, a lot was happening, and we all had to put a lot of different hats to get the library up and running, right? But as David mentioned, in the past, we look at the different models and scenarios, and we had to look into historical data, how Boulder property values trends look like over the last, I think, past 30 years. We didn't have any actuals yet, so we could only rely on that information to make any future decisions. When we became a district, we did ask our consultant to create another forecasting model with the different assumptions. And when you look back at Boulder property values, they were averaging at about 6% annual growth. At least that's the number I noticed and I saw each year, right? And it fluctuated. It was 15, 16, 14, right? And there was less than 6%, but on the average, every year, average was 6% increase. And Boulder property revenues have never experienced 3 consecutive years of flat or reduction, right? The revenues had never the data really suggested very positive future outcomes, and but the district still took very conservative look at the revenues growth. But unfortunately, when we became the district, the economy and the state legislations had a big impact on the property tax revenues. And not only it impacted us as a library, but it also impacted other local districts and local governments. So it had a huge impact on the city of Boulder, Boulder County, even BVSD itself, right? So, and not again, not only our local, just Boulder, but basically entire state or nation. But now,
It's written, is there a handout related to any of this?
No.
Okay, okay.
But now we do have some actuals, financial results, and based on the changing property trends, we are able to create a new forecasting model that provides more current view of our long-term financial outlook. So in just a few minutes, I'm going to share that model with you with the three different planning scenarios and trade-offs, so you can make a you know so you can have a full picture and make better decisions in the future. But the model will include revenues, expenses, annual surplus or deficit, and then fund balance. Please keep it in mind that fund balance, whenever you see that dollar amount in the fund balance, what it also includes is our reserves. So $3.1 million in capital reserves and other reserves are already included in that amount. So what you need to know is, before we jump in, is if nothing changes, expenses exceed the revenue in 2027. It's nothing horrible, right? Because we still have a healthy fund balance, but what is really concerning is that fund balance becomes negative by 2030. We have a few years to get there, but you will see that, and that's the purpose of the forecasting model, to kind of see the future a little bit closer. You will also see that personnel costs represent 63% of the budget and are the primary driver of the expenditure growth. Also, the city and now the district have deferred facility and capital needs. Therefore, in the short future, we will need to address them. And yes, you can make a decision to delay some of these capital needs, but keep it in mind that it may increase the likelihood of crisis-driven decisions in the future, and we don't want that. Okay, so please keep it in mind that this forecast is intended to inform planning, and it's not to predict the future, although we would love to do that. That's just not what's going to happen, as David explained. The further we look into the future, the less accurate the scenarios and assumptions are, right? So the results are based on the current assumptions. And available information, and that information is our actual revenues, actual expenditures, any information that we've learned throughout this process, such as delayed taxes, delinquent taxes, abated taxes, and different legislation changes that we've seen already. And the actual revenues and expenditures will vary over time. Again, uncertainty increases the further we look into the future, and we can't know, when the new legislation will come in place, when the recession is going to happen, or mortgage rates drop, right? Like they have a huge impact on our revenue growth or reduction. So, unfortunately, we can't know that in the future. So For that reason, we do want to focus on the trends and scenarios rather than our current fund balance. And the scenarios that follow will illustrate a range of potential outcomes under different decisions. So what is in the model? The model includes our revenue assumptions, our property tax revenues, and they are by split by different categories: residential assessed value growth, commercial assessed value growth, other property classifications, and we also included other revenues such as interest income, book sale, or cafe sale. In our expenditure assumptions, we have different categories: salaries, wages, para contribution, health benefits, building and maintenance, and capital improvements, and other operating expenses. What this model does not have is the grant revenue income and grant-related expenses. This model is focused only on operating fund, not grant fund. So, yeah, where our budget goes right now. So this is a current year budget, and the actuals may differ once we end the year, but 63% of our budget goes to personnel, 26 to non-personnel operating, and then we have contracted services and capital improvements. So as you can see, our personnel related costs represents 2/3 of our budget. 26% support the core operations, facilities, technology, collections, and services. And lastly, we have our capital improvements needs, which were deferred, as I mentioned before, by the city and then again, unfortunately, by the district last year, due to the budget cuts and personnel preservation at that time. But because the personnel cost represents the largest share of the budget, ongoing staffing changes have much greater long-term financial impact than one-time expenditure reduction. So in the model, you will see that we already included non-personnel one-time cuts identified by L team, and they are at about 2% of entire budget. And you will notice how those cuts have minimum impact on our future.
Adriana,
Yes.
I'm curious, so like if we looked at the budget expenditures and the way it's broken down, like personnel, contracting, et cetera, like, and we compare that to other libraries, is this kind of similar to libraries our size?
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
they vary across the spectrum, right? So they're, depending on how people count non-personnel operating. So for instance, Rangeview Library, anything just next door to us, they funnel a lot of debt payment into non-personnel operating expenses, and so that number is significantly higher. Personnel costs come down as a result of that.
Yeah.
Some libraries do not have as many, until last year, we contracted with cleaning, we contracted with security and IT. Some of those costs may be lower for some libraries, but the overall expenses, capital for us is really low. This 2026 represents like back in the city days. In 25 and 24, we invested significantly more in capital.
Right. Okay.
And then remind me then in 2026, we're not putting any money into our reserves specifically.
The plan is, yes.
Where in this percentage is that? Because that adds up to roughly 100%.
Where would that be represented, Adriana? The amount.
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I heard it correctly, but
I think the way we did that for the audit was you guys made that decision last year. The amount of money that you set aside for not expending went into savings in the 2025 year.
Yeah, this is budget versus cash flow.
Okay.
yes, so normally what happens with the reserves, yes, we kind of recognize them in our financials, right? But usually what our savings are is listed in the fund balance, right? So fund balance is basically our savings account. So whatever is left, if there is a deficit, or whenever we have money left, our revenues exceed our expenses, that's the money that goes to our savings account, right? So we don't really budget it for it. We don't budget for the reserves. We just
Right.
allocate that in the future when the year closes. If the board would like to allocate those funds, then we allocate them to specific reserves. But they at the end they stay in the same basically bucket, and they show on the balance sheet.
Roughly what percentage of revenue are we setting aside for reserves in the 2026 budget?
$785,000 is what we set
So a
aside.
little under like 3 or 4%,
Yeah.
basically. Okay. Okay, that's useful. Thank you.
Yes, and about that number, I do want to point it out that in the model, it's going to look slightly different because we have that is the true unallocated amount, $700,000, but almost $800,000. But we had carryover encumbrances from 2025 to 6. I'm sorry, I'm in so many different years. I never know what year I'm talking about sometimes. So we had encumbrances moving from 2025 to 2026. Therefore, the fund balance that I am talking about, the 7.4 million, already is not including the encumbrances, the promised money that we already promised to the vendors and promised for our purchase orders. So the fund balance at the end of this year will increase by the $800,000 minus the $500,000 that we already promised to the contractors. And I think maybe it will have more better understanding of that when I present the balance sheet and statement of activities. So I can touch base on that and provide maybe a different slide to kind of explain because it's kind of hard to understand this process. So I will share that information in the future. Okay, so let me just go to the next slide. Yeah, so a few things that we've learned. Of course, the property tax revenue growth has been lower than originally anticipated. And although the library addressed the issue right away, right? Because after the first year of operation, we already noticed there is a revenue reduction in the future year. And when I say that, and that's when we received the first assessment value from Boulder County, which was in May, and then again in August. So although we did address the issue right away and created a budget cuts, they were just not enough due to another decline in our revenue that we see coming now in 2027, right? So operating costs continue to rise due to the inflation compensation and benefits. And then capital and facility needs have been deferred for several years and will require investment in the years ahead. I know I repeat that 2 or 3 times already, but that's really a drive for our cast, definitely. And then the district currently maintains a healthy fund balance, but current expenditures trends are not supported by projected revenue growth, and you will see that. So again, even though you and David, the board, made the decision to reserve the funds in 2024, and then again in 2025 to ensure we have healthy fund balance, really the long-term sustainability depends on aligning those expenditures growth with realistic revenue expectations. So you will see that in the model too. Okay, so I think I'm ready to jump into a model. There are 3 different scenarios, as I mentioned. Let me just open up that model for you.
I assume you can send out these slides after this?
Yeah, can we get that info?
This looks like an account slide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so first I would like to go over our revenue tab, and this revenue tab has includes, like David mentioned, we have 2 years of actuals, 1 year of current budget, and then current year, and then we already can determine a budget and the revenue for the revenue expenses for the next year since we received the unofficial abstract of assessed values from the Boulder County. Just FYI, since I'm talking about that, we'll receive another preliminary assessment in just a couple of days. I reached out to Boulder County and they were getting ready to send those out on August 25th. So we will see that again, maybe more accurate and closer to our numbers in just a few days. And then from 28 all the way to 2042, again, those are future assumptions, right? And on those future assumptions, we create a different scenarios. What do we consider? We try to consider everything we can in this model. So of course, there's a lot happening in the future that we cannot predict, but the more information we'll have in our forecasting model, the better prepared we will be, and that's our goal. We are considering, of course, our property taxes. Taxes are a big drive for us. We split them into different categories. We have residential and commercial property base, and then other smaller categories that make a smaller impact on our revenues. In this model, I also included the mill levies that we have at 3.5, and then what I also included abatement mill levies, which are smaller at 0.062. We also included residential and commercial rates. As you can see, in 24, 25, they were at 6.7 as a residential and 29% as commercial assessment rate. And then the legislation changes happen, right? And they dropped. The residential was at 6.25 and commercial 20 at 27. And then again in 2027, the rates have changed again. And that is why we have we're looking at this more significant revenue drop. Those legislations were considered in a couple years, but they coming in place in 2027 budget 2027. So that's that.
Question for residential. So you have a loss. Can you go up? Just like, yep. So we have a loss in 25, 26, but then a pretty significant gain in 27. What is that? What is driving that?
So are you pointing to the residential loss reduction or just overall here?
The 26 to 27 residential.
Okay, yes. So yes. So as you can see, 2025 residential went up slightly by 2%. And that's normal, right? Like we should be seeing every year, we should see a slight property values growth, right? But then in 2026, because of the rates were different, they went down from 6.7 to 6.25. Not only rates, but I think the economy, the mortgage rates, everything impacted. So there was a reduction, right? So not only it didn't go up with the property values as normally you would see property values would go up, they dropped. And again, that's different legislation, mortgage rates, just the market, real estate, things like that cause it. And then
These numbers, Lisa, are based on the amount that we got from the auditor back in May. So the amounts that we are plugging into this model are based off the estimates that the assessor gave us for 2027.
But there's no overlay perspective on why they expect it to go.
Well, I can give you, most of this is, well, some of it's market driven. Another thing is everyone now gets a 70 up to, on a $700,000 house up to 10% reduction. You can see.
You're making arguments for it should go down.
Right.
Why is that?
Right.
No,
That's
the
the question.
7%.
Oh, okay.
The 7%,
Okay.
this amount, this is what you're asking.
That was
The 7%, the 7%
Yeah.
increase is solely based off of what the assessor is saying.
And
So that is an assumption that is actually happening. The rate at which, so I want to draw attention to this. I mean, thank you, Adriana, for just 1 second. So this demonstrates the work that the legislature is doing, right? These are important numbers in the sense in which the overall value of your home may be $1 million, but the assessed value that for taxing purposes has been dropping. And so the salient number is this one here, right? You can see this number here was the overall assessed value of property in Boulder within the districts, 6.1 billion. One presumes, and in the previous models, you saw this number growing every year. As the legislature begins to manipulate the things, the number is significantly dropping so that the amount that we're anticipating in terms of assessed value, the value that is assessed for taxing purposes, is dropping to 5.8.
So let me take my question all the way to the end here. How accurate are these? Just because to that exact point that you're making, should we be taking a more conservative view on some of these numbers?
It's possible, but the assessor will give us another estimate in several weeks. We'll have another estimate in September, October, and then they will finalize the amount that we are going to get in December after you've approved the budget. The estimates over the last few years have been off a little bit, but marginally. Last year's it was pretty volatile because they dropped it $200,000 or $300,000, what translated for us to be $200,000-$300,000 each time in terms of revenue expectations.
And 2027 is not a reassessment year, though.
No.
So this 7% is just
2027 is a reassessment year. The reassessment is due in July. That will determine our revenue for 28 and 29. And that's substantively what we're getting at here with this message, because we're not anticipating increases in revenue.
So my consideration for the board and Adriana for you is that it just, unless there's an additional reason why we should expect this to go from -4 to +7, that we should potentially consider taking a more conservative view despite what they give us. Just because I right now, unless anybody else has visibility over why it would be such a positive change. So maybe we don't necessarily take a negative, but because it drives 60% of this calculation, maybe we do a little bit less of a positive look here, because it does affect everything. Everything is connected.
So I want to.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I agree with that because I don't see rates going down.
Why wouldn't they?
I mean, unless there's a massive,
There may be.
thing, and then we go back to zero. But I don't think we're going to go back to
But
zero.
maybe we just need to understand it then. Maybe it is more asking questions around their assumptions behind this, that you are convinced that this is as good or accurate as we can get it. And if you're not convinced, then we should probably take a more conservative view on the residential.
So line 39, if we went back to 23, it was 6.5 billion.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gone down $700 million, and then you multiply that by 0.0035. So we're talking, that's the hit we've taken year over year.
Yeah. So a couple of things I want to point out what this model already has. And you're right, Lisa. And I'm going to focus on the 27 first. So we received assessed value at different amount than it's showing right here. Our assessed value that we received was at $6.1 billion. But I'm sorry. Okay. But because there's still a lot that is happening between the first unofficial abstract of assessed value to the final in December assessed value, we have to determine, right? Like we need to take that under consideration. We can budget for the for the dollar amount they're giving to us at the moment because that's not accurate. That's not what we're gonna probably get. So that's why I included a lot of other aspects of those funds, like how they're going to change. And now we can look finally at actuals for 2024 and 2025 and kind of use that number. So as you can see, the $5.8 billion, it's a 96% of what the Boulder County assessed value came in at. So we estimating, right? Because we need to be cautious. So the budget is due in September, and we need to kind of make the best decision for the 2027. So we look at 96. We're going to have a certain drop. That drop is kind of there's no really. Like we can't really know what that drop is going to be, but there's definitely going to be drop. There won't be an increase in that assessed value. It will only be drop. So between May and December, there are things happening such as bankruptcies, change of exemption, change of property types, change vacant lands, maybe a burned property or things like that. And then also there are some appeals, but usually those appeals, there's significant change in the odd year, in the even years than more in the odd years. So assuming 96% of that assessed value is going to come to us, I think that's pretty accurate. Well, nothing is accurate, but it's our best guess that we can have. And then based further down, we need to account for additional, like even if in December we are going to receive assessed value, we are still looking at the reduction from there. And that's something we've learned through this process. There is
In the assessed value calculation column there, are those numbers recalculated or is that coming from the assessor?
That's coming from the assessor, from the overall value.
So that's
You mean the
that's
6
the
billion?
official assessor's residential assessed value.
Yeah, and then
They're jumping up $226 million between this year and next year. That's the difference in the residential number going up,
between
right?
20, and that's the 7%.
Right, and the commercial I see going down, so are they calculating things coming into that are being built coming into the tax?
Well, it's a good question, Tom, and let's pause for 1 second. So Boulder doesn't have much growth. This is an issue that we, almost all the growth over the last 50 years in the projected revenues are based on value growth, assessed value increases, right? So there are minor changes to actual growth, like Holiday neighborhood was built, 28th Street Mall was built, but over the last 50 years, there has not been substantive construction within Boulder to offset any of these numbers in any dramatic way. We try to calculate the number. We don't have enough data yet, but it looks to be probably between 1% and 2% in terms of actual growth year to year. That's why, this is why Boulder Library District is at risk in a different way than other communities in the state of Colorado, with the legislature manipulating the overall value assessment, because we are all based on value.
Can we ask the assessor what they base that number on? Because that's a big jump.
Yeah, there's a big jump. Yeah.
That's a big value jump, right? It's a $250 million jump in a year.
Well, but it's also showing a $300 million loss.
Yeah, but you can
in commercial value
everywhere else, right? So that's why I'm asking. Why do they think the residential value assessment is going to go up that? To get to Lisa's point, if we're going to be cautious in this, it would be helpful to understand what their thinking is, since that's all we can go off of. This isn't a criticism of you guys. This is all great, right?
So they give you those.
The assessor is not known for their transparency.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
So they give you those rates in there, the percents on each line item of.
They give us the total value.
I thought they only give us the total value.
Yeah.
But we kind of predicted that up
red
if you go
part.
up, yeah. Then The
No,
growth in
slide up.
different, yeah,
Adriana?
Adriana, can you slide that up?
Yes. So the unofficial abstract, right? It's not official. We only get this breakdown of what is the residential property base, and it's only for our district, right? So for our district, not for Boulder County or anything. It's just for our district. We have values for residential, we have values for commercial, and all of this.
Give you different line items they give you one piece of paper that has different line items, with a bunch of numbers on it, and that's where she's basing it on those numbers that we get. Yeah.
But do we get a line item for
She'll-
like
she'll-
residential, commercial?
Yeah, she'll show you here in a
Okay.
second.
There's a bunch of different categories.
Yeah.
So they are giving us that.
Yeah, they give us the
yeah.
actual numbers.
Okay. So that's what
Question
we
is the assessor wrong? Is the assessor bad at their job, is basically the question we're asking.
I wouldn't say it like that. I just think that we're gonna have to be making some painful adjustments based on this conservative budget. And we're making some pretty positive, optimistic assumptions based on the assessor.
Well, we're not making any assumptions.
On the
The assessor's
residential,
making some assumptions.
and that we should potentially be more conservative on those in the next few years. Because then I'd rather have a good guy write a positive thing that you guys get to spend than have to continue cutting through the year.
I hear you loud and clear, Lisa. The trajectory of residential property within Boulder, within the district, has only gone up. There is these last few instances are the only times that I'm aware of in 50 years where the number has gone down, right? Commercial property has been a little bit more
Yeah.
subject to those things, and we've been now for, I think, 5 or 6 years in a flat cycle with commercial realty, and this shows a profound drop. Now, that may be realistic or not. I mean, this is the assessor telling us, they have better insight into it than I do. And so that residential property would go up is not a surprise. It has every single year with the exception of 24, 25, 26.
Okay, but so I agree with you. I think that based on a year where we have this exemption up to 700,000, so we expect that to take a bite. On a year that there's no other signals that tell us that it's gonna go up that much, potentially we should be more conservative than 7%.
Can we ask the assessor to show their work? Will they not do that? Like if we ask them how they're computing that residential number this year and what their basis for it is, would they give us any more information?
I think so. I think we can ask them for sure. Yes, definitely I can ask them. And we have this information is the model includes basically information that we receive from the Boulder County Assessment Office. So these are real numbers that are included in this model. So I can definitely reach out to Boulder County and get a little bit more information regarding the residential assessment.
We probably 946.
Adriana, we need to jump to the next to your other slides.
Yes, of course. Okay, so I'm going to jump in here. As I said, there's other reductions that we look at before we finalize and come up with the final dollar amount for property taxes. And we consider abatements reduction, delinquent taxes. We also included abatements refunds. I know that's something we started doing last year, but I did for this model, and we can decide that in the future, but for this model, I did included abatements refunds, which is the addition to our revenue. I mean, what's coming back to us, basically. And then also this model includes our interest income, donations, book sales, and other revenues. So what are we estimating our revenue at for 2027 is $20.1 million. And I'm going to jump. I know it's kind of late, so hopefully I'm not gonna go too fast. Please stop me if you like to, but I want to be cautious of your time. So in our expenditures, on the other hand, right, we have expenditures broken down by personnel, salaries, para, health benefits, other benefits, and those other benefits include like professional development, We also included administrative and office expenditures, and they include our treasurer's fees. I included here, and therefore there is a jump in 2026 between 2025 and 26 and so on. We also have board governance, security, other services, liability insurance, building and
What was the reason for the jump? The jump?
It's a percentage of revenue.
Oh, okay.
So revenues go up, our fees go up.
Okay.
Yes, Lisa.
Sorry, so am I seeing this correctly? Personnel is going up?
If we stay the course.
Oh,
so yes, so we have a personnel. So current view that you see is basically nothing changes. Only things that we know need to change and will change. So a current view, we predict or assume, I mean, this assuming we decide later on, right, what we really wanted to do or what's going to happen. But this current scenario is assuming that we're gonna have 3% increases in wages every single year. Then our health benefits are increased by 15% this next year because that's the number we received from our consultant, that they will go up this much. And we also assume that building maintenance is going to go up every single year by 3% because of the inflation and other costs. And I'm sorry, I'm going to jump back to the health benefits. Because of the huge jump in 2027, what we predict, we can already know that in 2028, we are going to go out for bids for our health benefits. Therefore, we're not going to see any jump. Most likely, we're assuming the health benefits going to cost us the same. And then and of course, there's a lot, to be honest, there's a lot unknown in health benefits. And this is, I try to, talking with the HR and talking with health benefits providers, we try to be as accurate as possible here, but there's a lot unknown in the health benefits world right now. So what we do know is our health benefits will jump into to 15% next year. And then all other expenses, which is things like that. What this includes is other services, consulting services, marketing, programs and events. Even library collection is included in that all other categories. And we already identify about 2% reduction for 2027, and those reductions are already built into this model. As you can imagine, we don't anticipate any other future reduction because we can create a reduction in collection, right? Or programs and events. I mean, we can create those one-offs, but we can continue to do that every single year. What I do.
This is the budget that you're recommending?
No.
This is one option.
We're still looking at the
Okay.
model. We need to
So in
get-
the current state, if we do nothing.
Got it, but we can't do
We need to get to
this
the next part. So I want to draw attention to a couple different things, right? So under personnel cost, the total personnel cost, I just want to draw your attention to lines 15 and 16, healthcare and para. So, this is $3.6 million between healthcare and para. That is what jumps the salary cost. The salary cost is $10 million. Nice round number, pretty much. But then we're looking at basically 14.2 because para is, again, we'll discuss this later in the day. It is a risk for us, right? So the state sets the amount that we contribute for para. You do not have any control over that number. It's not something we can adjust for inflation. We pay, currently with para, we pay 16.68% of every staff person's salary to their retirement benefit. So, and then I do want to draw your attention to one other thing on the lower end, the capital outlay, which is not really there, but we have to get to these next slides, Adriana. The capital outlay, we've already programmed in some of the things that we're discussing right now. Obviously, your capital outlay, you can see from this year, significantly lower. So we're not trying to pull a fast one on here. We have actually populated the capital outlay in this model for what we anticipate we probably need to do with the budget. That is within your purview to make that decision. And so the model already populates it. We have, and we can show you some of the, and I think we should probably now show the breakdowns, Adriana, with your other slides around if we do nothing and a couple of other scenarios. We have 3 or 4 different scenarios for you to look at.
Okay, yes. And then also the technology replacement is actual technology that we identify and we created a list of when they need to be replaced. And those are actual numbers with included increases of inflation. So if we do nothing, right? And this is what we this is how our fund balance is going to look like. So current fund balance is, as of end of 2025, is $7.4 million. In 2026, and in 2026, we're going to have a surplus of 280,000, and that adds up to that 7.6 million. And 2027, our revenues are less than our expenses. Therefore, we're going to into a deficit, and we're going to our ending fund balance is changing, so on and on. And I think, David, do you want to say something?
No, it's just by 2030 we can't beat Tabor.
Right.
If we can't beat Tabor,
Yeah.
we are probably in a receivership, and somebody else is making the decisions on how we spend the money.
No, we're not doing that.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so the second scenario, now through the scenarios, it's gonna go quicker, faster. But second scenario, we assume the same revenue. We're not changing revenue for the scenarios, otherwise we would be here all day. We need to have apples to apples kind of comparing things. So in our expenditure tab, what the second scenario is going to include a staff reduction. And we have two different reduction rates. So this is our 10% reduction. As you can see, the salaries, wages reduced. Keep it in mind that the 3% increase is based on after the reduction. So we want to do, included the increases for personnel that is staying. But again, that's decision for later in the future. And then the para goes down because para is based on 16.8% of the salaries. And then health benefits kind of stay the same because that's the amount we determine. Well, actually, the health benefits, they're going down too. You don't see a drop here and here because of huge increase for the year, for this year, 15%. Okay, so looking at this scenario.
Adriana, pause.
Under this scenario, and we take that 10% cut that you're recommending, what does that do to the 63% number? In terms of our personnel cost?
She's gonna show you.
We'll see.
Okay.
So that 63% changes to 59.6, I'm sorry, percent. So this is our personnel expenses and non-personnel expenses.
Roll up.
So, and then this is our fund balance and how the revenues and expenses will look like for the next few years. We're still touching into our fund balance in 27 and then 28, 29, and then we still touching in the future. Sometimes we have positive years because we assume things will stabilize with our revenue. But to Lisa's point, right, it may stabilize, and that's realistic point of view, but can we rely on that?
Still spending into our reserves.
Yeah.
We're still at 3% in capital projects too.
No, wait, the capital projects we've programmed in at a higher rate.
Okay,
Let's keep going.
yeah.
Keep going.
So in the next scenario, we have 15% reduction, and that changes things further. So we have our personnel percent is going to be 58% of entire budget, and then we're still touching into our reserves fund balance in 2028. because of our capital needs. So depending on when the capital needs are going to be addressed, right? And again, I'm gonna go back here really quick to show it to you why we are still touching, even though later on we're gonna have a healthy balance. Our capital needs for 28 are higher than future years in 2030, and they are higher in 2029 too. So this can be manipulated and decision needs to be made.
As you can see on line 41, it is about $1 million expense. It's something we've put off for 2 or 3 years. We're not gonna be able to put it off forever. We might be able to put it off for 1 year, but we're not gonna be able to put it off forever. Benita?
So and maybe it doesn't fit here, maybe it's just a pin in a later conversation, but I was thinking about our meeting with the city council.
Yeah.
And, just our timeline related to 2027 and, the building issue. And I'm just wondering how we could represent in a scenario, like why it is we would acquire the buildings or what it represents in terms of our capacity, right? But I mean, just the logic of that ownership in a sense. Like, how can these scenarios change? Or would they change? Or does it end up looking like we have more expense than we should going forward? That's what I was just trying to understand how it fits with
I
this.
don't think it changes the model.
It doesn't change the model substantially, Benita. I think what some questions that have come up is could we use the ownership as collateral to debt finance some portion of the expenses related to repairing the buildings?
Yeah.
I don't, that's board decision, right? The board would have to make a decision on that. I don't necessarily think it's super wise to take on debt to fix up old buildings, but it does significantly change our financial position about what we can actually, not going back to the voters and bonding, but what we can use as collateral to issue certificates of participation, which will allow us low interest loans that might be able to, I don't want to say it now, but like maybe we decide to dump some of those buildings and move into a newer thing that may help us to finance that new construction.
Yeah.
So none of these models right now account for any kind of debt service for acquisition of new buildings, correct? And like looking at this model, the 15% cut model, it still at best gets us to, by 2030, we're maybe have 500K a year to spare, which is probably a quarter of what we would need to finance a new building. So, we know Meadows is going away in, 2 years?
2030, yeah.
So, I think the 15% cut's not even big enough, right? I think
We can show some other things.
we got bigger if we actually want to get to a position where we can finance the buildings we know we're going to need in the next 3 to 5 years.
So I want to make sure that Adriana gets a chance to fully explain their scenarios before we kind of get there. But I do want to recognize both of these points. I think there's a conversation we need to have about where we're going. Because that will depending on where we're going, if we're gonna wanna try to do a new building at some point, renovate this, but all that requires a lot of money. And it might space our capital expenditures differently if we believe we're gonna stay and we wanna make it amazing, or if we think we're just biding our time and we don't really wanna touch it. I think let's put a pin on that. I do think we need to have that conversation because it will affect all this and our priority of capital expenses. But I want to make sure, Adriana, that you get a chance to really talk us through your, everybody's thinking here so we can understand it before we get there. 2 things that as you're walking through this, can you give us the total amount that we're dipping into reserve for each scenario? And then here on the proposed scenario, I just want to make sure I understand the assumptions, the 5.25, the 2. Can you just quickly do an overlay there?
I'm sorry, which one? The 5?
Yeah, the revenue assumption here.
Oh, right here. Yeah, so this is a lived assumption. So it changes as we change the assumptions on the other tabs. So this one currently, what we are assuming in 2020, this is assumption for 2028, right? Because that's when we started. We know what's going to happen, kind of know what's going to happen in 27, but 28, this is a current scenario for 28. And so we are assuming we're going to have a slight growth starting 28. And then the reduction, I'm sorry, the reduction doesn't show here, but this current scenario is showing 18% of personnel reduction in 2027. So as you can see, we finally kind of removing the negative amounts. We're not dipping into our fund balance, but that's only when we have 18% reduction.
Can you go back to this slide for a second, Adriana, because at least I did. This is the big point, right? So that square on the other side,
Yeah.
I believe it shows, this is the big thing that we're asking you to do, right? We are resetting our financial expectations. The financial expectations, the financial models that we had before were built on historical averages. So the historical average for annual growth over 50 years was 4.6%. That number was even higher because in the 10 years prior to the district being formed, Adriana is actually right. It was closer to 6 or 7%. We are saying, based on what we've seen over the last 3 years and what we anticipate for the next 3 years, we have to make a significant adjustment in terms of what our long-term financial expectations are, and it's dropping to 3.15. We never assumed more than 4%. The models always assumed 4%. But dropping to 3.5, I mean, I wonder if we're not being overly dramatic. I don't know. I mean, this is a major change in the way in which we've foreseen Boulder, and we're projecting 3.15% in revenue growth for the next 15 years. It matters over the next 5, really. And I think I feel pretty confident that that's a decent number for us to land on. It had been previously 4, but like I said, it's half of what it was in the decade before the district formed. That's a pretty profound jump. And that is why the model looks ill, right? Like, is it a new normal in Boulder that commercial real estate is not gonna be, as robust as it had been in the past? Residential, we show moderate growth, but that's because we're a town built on an island, right? But that is the major assumption that we're asking you to.
No, I feel like that's probably closer to right. It's, at least with the data we've seen in the last 3 years.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think about it, like we've always kind of approached our budget, we're like, we're gonna balance, we're not gonna end up in a
What's the
negative, and I think we wanna continue.
Do we have more scenarios here?
She does, but like, this is, I think.
So 10, 15, 19?
And Adriana, was 18 just picked because 18 is the first one that gets us to not having to spend into reserves at all?
Exactly. Yes.
Can you go to 20? Can you go to 20 again?
Sure. I mean, yes, I do have 20. That wasn't planned to show.
Can you go down? Because I think the personnel needs to be at 57.
Why?
Yeah.
Why 57?
I think 57 is gonna give us a more comfortable balance. Is 56.8.
Well, and personnel costs are outpacing inflation, so
Yeah.
over time it still goes back up again.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Which is unsustainable. Like this means ultimately personnel cost becomes 100% of the budget, which like something's gonna have to change. You can't have personnel costs conceivably always outpacing.
And the healthcare, by the way, I think the idea that we're gonna get a 0 year is.
Well, we'll go out to bid and that will
Yeah.
get us a better deal with,
Yeah.
as a first-time subscriber, if you will, to a new benefits.
But then it bumps up.
And then we'll go up there and
Yeah.
then we'll go back out to bid when we're outside of that range of 57 to 65, we'll.
So the country has 15 years to fix the healthcare
That's right.
system.
That's
Oh,
all.
and
The
other major factors are too.
Yeah, I guess
Can I just say, so that number you said, the 16.8%, that is our contribution to para?
Yes.
And then the employee
Employees
pays the
pay
portion.
9%.
9%. Right.
my thing is I think we should look at para like it. I don't think it's a good deal even for the employees.
Do we have an option to do our own retirement system?
I think
We can, so we'll talk about this later today.
Yeah.
This is that would be a major decision. I don't think we're prepared to do it for 2027.
Yeah.
When we came over from the city, and admittedly, many of the employees are different now, but it was ranked as one of the top things that they wanted to carry over from the city. It is expensive. State of Colorado does not require, they require that we would set up a 401k match, a 401k, not a 401k match, a 401k. But yeah, there is reasonably, if we had no match, then we could probably save $1 million.
But our
And
cost was,
staff would save probably $1,200 to $1,800 a year in their own paycheck. So that they might be able to contribute to a 401k. But like, those are all big assumptions, and I don't know, we've
Or
not polled.
2028
But they're-
review,
yeah,
future.
We've not polled
okay.
staff on para.
Yeah.
but their
It's
cost,
a big, I mean, just the vesting
Yes,
and
I agree.
employees that have been in it and.
you get
Yeah, I mean,
it, their
it's-
cost basis was like
I know.
14. It was actually, they're still gonna get a pension. It'll be the Social Security pension, that they would qualify for, after they work 40 quarters. But I mean, because right now they don't have Social Security. So,
Right.
So I mean,
Social
Unless they had that
Security,
other
that's the
job.
difference, right?
Yeah.
Social Security is 6.2%,
6.7. Well, oh yeah, 6.2, yeah.
and staff would also pay 6.2. Right now, we pay 16.6 or 16.8, and staff pay 9. So that is a difference in every staff member's take-home pay, and also about $1 million difference for what the district pays.
And it's a 401k is
So even if we
portable,
were, yeah.
we could have it instantly vest, like,
Well, there's not savings there that we could even do matching or something as well.
Right.
But we
Like,
can't
that's a
solve this
whole
one.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I just think.
No, but it's a good one to.
Yeah, we do need
put on
to
the-
solve
on
it
the
or
list,
talk
for
about
sure.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Adriana, can you give us, how much do we go into reserve for scenario 1 and 2, please? The 10.
Let me see if I have that screen. Okay, so this is just a overview each scenario, the 3 scenarios. Do nothing.
Yeah, we can skip.
We're not gonna.
Okay, and then 10%. We're going into reserves in 2027 by 350, and we have 15% in 2027. We're not going into reserves, but we are going into in 2028.
So wait, the 15% was that 3 million or so? How much do we dip into reserves?
This is 10%.
That's-
Go to the
This
10.
is 15%.
15.
Yes, and this is 10%.
You want the total amount of all
I
this
would like to know
added
how much,
together?
but at least until 2030, because the rest is gonna be made up. But
So yeah, it's a $3 million.
Roughly.
3
two-
million, okay, and the
2.5
15% was like 600 or so, is that right? About 7.
Yeah.
100,000.
Close to 80.
And then
Can I just ask you quickly, if there's the workforce reduction at these numbers, why aren't the other, like the health benefits, why isn't that reducing?
We have built-in escalators for healthcare costs, para
Okay.
costs, the one where the marginal savings is, para has raised their rates
Okay,
every year
okay,
since
I
we've
get
been
it,
in district.
okay, all right.
So the total cost does go down,
Which
but the
makes
per
no sense
person
because
cost still keeps going up.
Okay,
Interest rates have gone up the whole time, so they should be reducing their. But I'm guessing they have more retirees that they have to pay for, so it's it's.
Jared, can you go to your slides again?
Good.
Just 2 and 3, or I'm not,
Pensions are great.
Yeah,
when
there we go,
interest rates are
this
high.
one, stop here.
No, they're great when your population is growing.
Yeah. And not aging.
Workforce reduction is 15%, what does that mean in people? About?
that is about 22, depending on the position, but that's an average about 22 positions.
And out of curiosity we were looking at the 18, which we all kind of liked. What would that be for 18?
Sure. Let me take a look here at the dollar amount. 18, I apologize. Give me one
I know you
second.
don't mean liked, but.
Yeah. No, yeah.
It's roughly
Yeah, I mean-
25 to 27.
I mean, we're not making any decisions.
Yeah, no, I mean, but it's
Yeah.
important to understand, wrap your head around that.
Yeah.
But it is part of the
That's about 2 more positions.
Okay.
So 25, okay.
And these are full-time equivalents, right?
Yes, full-time with the benefits.
Okay.
What decision do you want from us now?
Nothing right now, and we're not gonna make
But-
decisions, we're gonna need some guidance, we're doing that in the third part after we test.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So,
Okay, and then, sorry, quick question on the the capital replacements. And I know you baked some of this in here. Did you bake the high and super high important ones, or how many of the medium and lower ones are in here?
I think that's something that Jennifer and David
Will address in the part. So it is not all of
worked
the
on.
high expectation items, but many of them that are critical. And then we have it spaced out over the course of 3 years to address a lot of the high need items. The numbers in 28, 29 are just average numbers, but maybe we just normalized it.
Can I see your pretty chart that you made, the line chart
Slideshow.
in your slideshow? Go back to your slideshow.
Oh, sure.
The next slide, slide 12. What's
Oh,
that?
yeah, that one.
11.
11.
11.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So this is just the view of the fund balance by each scenario. But so this is do nothing scenario, 10% reduction, and then 15% reduction.
So this doesn't include 18 or 20%.
No.
I mean, even, yeah. If we have no fund balance, we have no maneuver room.
Yeah, no.
Well, and again, none of these get us the new meadows
No.
or
No.
the ability to continue to operate meadows beyond.
I mean, you know,
Yep.
we'll be scraping the sides of the,
Well, I'm not sure I know what you mean by that, Andy. We're not paying cash for a building. You would wind up debt financing a building, and you would have to carve out probably $1 to $2 million annually in debt payment, right?
Right.
But I mean,
Which even the 15% cut doesn't have in our budget.
yeah, Adriana and I have talked about this. I don't know that the model, we didn't factor that into the model. I do believe there's probably a path, but it is mostly speculative, and really that's why when we had the conversation several months ago about the strategic plan, we need to get a better sense of where our money is going in the next 3 years than we can for like planning out a building, because frankly, the economy could get worse, right? That I am as guilty as everyone else. We are all human, right? We all are hopeful, right? But I think in our last budget cycle, I do believe that hope became more like wishful thinking.
Yes.
And we were leaning into an idea that somehow things might be different in 2028 in a better way. And that clouded our judgment in terms of how we actually invest our money. And mine most of all, right? I believe we need to reset our expectations financially, see if we can get through 3 years. There is the possibility that the economy turns around, right? By 2030. And then these numbers, as Adriana could show you, if suddenly the assumptions change and we're back to 4% or 5% growth on an annual basis, then we've got enough money to build probably 2 libraries. There's so much in these models that is dictated by the fact that by 2032, this model is assuming equilibrium. We are assuming we have control of costs. We don't. We are assuming that we have an idea of where the economy is going. We don't. And so really we're focusing on these next 35 years. And we have to get into a position, I think, where it's conceivable that if the economy turned around, we might be able to debt finance the building. A lot of it comes back around to the facilities as well and what decisions we make. And I think somebody alluded to earlier, which facilities are critical, which are the ones that we're staying in, which are the ones we're not.
we're gonna have that discussion, right?
We already have those.
The other, I would say, just to clarify though, 80% of these problems are not economy based, they're legislative based. So we're getting both headwinds, right? But a lot of this were self-inflicted by our own.
I mean, the legislator cut a few million out of our budget, but like if we were still growing at 6% a year, we wouldn't notice that.
Yeah, I mean, it's
The
two
headwinds are the economy. The legislators
The additional.
being stupid,
Right. But
being stupid in a way that is adding a few more.
it's a headwind.
It is.
And if I can, since I have the model up here and we're talking about the legislation, I think what was really important to note as well is that this model assumed that at some point at 2032, we are going to start, get normalized, right? So every other year, we are assuming that we are going to have about normalized, which is 7.2% growth. And that cannot happen unless we ask voters and we move the cap, right? So this model and this assumption and the outcome is going to change significantly if we do not go for to voters to change that. And let me just pull.
Isn't the cap 5% per year?
Yes.
Yes, the assumption in this model is that we've
That's-
gone back to the voters and said, lift the cap.
But no, but the cap's 5% per year. 10% every 2 years.
But again, going back to the notion, Boulder does not have real growth, right?
Right, but David, 7.23% is less than 5% per year because that's a biannual assessment. We don't actually have to raise the cap for that, do we?
Yeah, it's basically,
Okay.
We
That's
have
what
to
it
be
is.
about 10% to raise the
we
cap.
could get
right?
10 in every
Yes,
other
okay.
year.
But so none of these numbers actually require us to raise the cap.
That's true.
This model as presented does not require us to raise the cap, okay.
I don't know how much further we have to go. My preference is we do the 20%, but you guys can.
When do you need an actual, like,
Yeah.
when do you intend for decisions to happen?
At 11:30.
All right, well, let's keep going.
At 11, so other people are looking at this model as we're speaking, where the model's not gonna be available, but all the sheets are, right? There is a major assumption in those models that, we've begun to draw attention to, but it's basically the next presentation, right?
Yeah.
So there are capital needs that we have. This is a trigger that you have. This is a lever that you have to pull. You can say like, screw it, let's just sit here and wait until all the buildings fall apart, the air conditioners are all broken and everything else like that. Because what we have programmed into this model is expenses related to capital and repairs that are not currently being done. We're not currently doing it. And so the biggest need, I would argue that they are both needs, right? Like we need to make contractions and we also need to expend money on capital and make some decisions around the capital. But the model is heavily factored by the fact that that is a lever that you guys get to pull. You can say like, let's put in $300,000 in capital again next year. We're not doing anything. That will make it easier in the modeling to keep more staff. That cannot be. And I know that the staff will ask that question. Why are you putting money into capital expenses when you could be keeping jobs? So easy to say in this one, we are already assuming that some of the capital expenses are there. And so you need to also arrive at a point where you are ready to say, we do need to make these capital investments. That is the major part of this decision.
So you and Jen modeled out for 15, 18, or 20, what we're losing staff-wise? How much of that is something that can be people retiring, moving on, whatever, versus what are the program effects of some of those cuts? Because to me, like the thing when I went through all the scenario research, right? Almost every story in there is connected to interactions with that person,
Yes, yeah.
right? And so I don't know if we're gonna get into that part of it today versus
We will.
just kind of picking a number here.
We will.
Yeah.
I would like to get through
Yeah,
the
no,
facilities
yes.
presentation to get a more full understanding
Yeah.
of what is being presented to you here.
Right.
And then we can have that discussion about 15, 18, 20, whatever it is you want to
Yeah.
do. There are implications, obviously, in every scenario.
We can do it later, it's fine.
Yeah,
It's fine.
but we can do that at a
Two
later.
clarifying questions. The first one is, are you thinking and including these savings in the 27 budget? I.e., it happens kind of, we get the savings for the whole year, or is it things to happen in 27, but really we're only cashing the savings in 28?
That is obviously a decision. We're trying to put together a 27 budget. And so
Okay,
if
so
you,
it would have to be
if you were to
full year
decide,
27.
yeah, if you were to decide, there may be things that you decide, para, for instance, that we can't actually do by the 2027 budget, but maybe it's something we would have implemented in 28.
And there'll be-
Or other things.
Yeah,
And they'll
to
be-
follow your question, I think attrition and all that, will take time, early retirement, so.
We did a hiring
these are
freeze this
different.
year. I think I don't know, Jennifer probably knows off the top of her head, but
5 positions.
five positions. So we did a hiring freeze out of 150. We have 5 positions. And that's not a path,
Yeah.
right? That is not a path to do a hiring freeze.
Okay, and then the rest of outside of the capital operating, like the utility stuff, how is the budget changing with some of these scenarios? Are we having equivalent cuts on some of the other pieces or not?
We did make across the board cuts. So for the past 3 months, department heads have been presenting scenarios where they believe they can make reductions. I think we've gotten to the point of about probably 8 to 10% overall. And those are all well thought out and based on research that we began last year in terms of analyzing every job. And so those analyses of the job were really related to primary and secondary functions of jobs, essential and non-essential duties of the jobs. And so in some cases, I don't know, each department produced a 50, 60-page report on things that they would look at and things that they would, things that they felt like we could reduce. We've mostly been looking at levels of efficiency, places where we have duplicative services, and then also some areas that are either underperforming. The third aspect is, stuff that I've said in the memos. It's good stuff led by good people that's mostly mission aligned and performing at reasonable levels, but we probably just can no longer afford it. So all of those things are included in getting to anything close to even a 15% cut. 20% cut will be something else. There will be service impacts, I guess is your question. To make 20% cuts, there will be service impacts. We don't have 20% of people sitting around waiting for the sun to come up.
There are going to be a restructuring cost too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, any scenario really over 10%, you're probably looking at a significant restructuring or reorganization or whatever you want to call it. We have to realign how we do some things.
And these models, just real quick, are they projecting for salary increases? Are they just a fixed?
It's 3%.
3%, okay.
Yeah, and that 3% is usually below the inflation rate. The inflation rate varies from 3 to 4+%.
When we left the city, we made a pretty significant adjustment to people's salaries. That corrected for the fact that we had not kept up with inflation for the previous few years. I don't see a scenario where that's the case. Inflation is running now at above 3%. One way might be parent. You get rid of parent, staff take home higher rate of pay by 2.8%, roughly $1,200 to $1,800 a year. That may be partly that's 2.8% would be in their paychecks. It's not going to their retirement, but it would be in their paychecks. So that might be a helpful correction to inflation as well. Raises, so the 3% is, you can do the math. The salary is $10 million right now, so 3% is right around $300,000 in raises. $270,000, $280,000 is what raises cost.
All right. Do we ever look at bonuses as opposed to increasing the base salary base?
No, in lieu of, no. We do have a staff recognition program that does award bonuses to staff.
Okay.
I don't know if this is the right time to ask this question, because we're in a collective bargaining thing.
Yes.
Is there anything in the original rounds here that 3.5% at risk?
What did you say? I think that's.
We haven't had the first, we've only been sharing information with Jane and the team.
Yeah.
And our first meeting, I believe, is scheduled September 16th.
Okay. All right.
And when do we finalize our budget?
I'm sorry?
When do we finalize the 20% budget?
We will bring a budget back to you in October for your regularly scheduled October meeting. In all likelihood, we will be coming back in September with some outlines for potentially, depending on what you say today, and what we are planning on doing about several things that we're thinking through. But October is the budget. You have until, I think, the first week of December to approve it. But we are not changing our plan, and that is to bring it to your regularly scheduled meeting in October. A lot depends on what we talk about today.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. I wish I was bringing a little bit better news here, but
Can you send us the documents, or I assume
the slides.
We'll publish it.
can you send the model as well?
Yeah.
I will directly send you the model if individual board members request it. That's not a public document.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
It's all Tor level.
Yeah, but it's right now it's a model which you can go around and mess around with all these.
Right.
And it also includes a lot of data, which I'm not.
Yeah.
I definitely like to see it. I mean, we're the finance
Yes.
committee, so.
Okay, thank you so much again. Have a great day, rest of the day.
All right, your facilities report, the bulk of your packet is,
Could we do a 5-minute break?
yes, let's do 5 minutes.
I think we have a little time during lunch, right?
We can talk all through lunch.
Yeah, I think that's what we
If
should
want.
do. That seems like a good way to make them tired.
We're doing a presentation now on the facilities plan. This is a 3-year investment strategy for beginning to address some of our backlog of maintenance issues. So I'm gonna let Jennifer take it away.
So it is a draft and I will be updating it into a final version that you'll see later after you approve the 2027 budget. I'll build in our decisions based on that. So this is current status and these are all recommendations. So we have a recommended guiding principle that investments should be directed toward the most effectively supported strategic priorities. Sorry, I got this stupid window in my way. Deliver community value and that can be maintained sustainably over the long term. We need to do this in order to be able to fulfill our commitment for exceptional public services and prudent financial stewardship. These are the recommended planning objectives that we identify and prioritize the facilities that warrant the greatest level of investment, that we evaluate the opportunities to transfer ownership from selected facilities from the city of Boulder to the district, that we determine today which library facilities should receive only the essential investments necessary to maintain operation. We also need to begin to assess opportunities to consolidate internal functions and public-facing services, such as combining a couple of our locations, the archive with New Meadows, that kind of thing is what this is referring to. We also need to develop a sustainable investment strategy, and this does not speak to that balances community expectations, service delivery goals, and responsible stewardship of public resources. So this right now only shows the things that we need to do in order to maintain operations. It does not include any kind of facilities enhancements. And so the bottom line is to reduce the district's deferred maintenance liability while preserving functionality and the value of its facility portfolio. So you'll see in the report that our operating costs have evolved over the past 3 years, and they will continue to increase. We've added 2 new facilities. We've experienced some very drastic changes in patron behaviors and how they use the facilities, as well as the infrastructure is continuing to age, and the deferred maintenance is compounding. So far, our facilities team has accomplished a great deal with becoming more familiar with the unique attributes and deficiencies of the libraries. They have instituted regular preventative maintenance on major building systems, and they often will consider the most economical options for addressing deferred replacements or repairs. So what you have in the Cummings report, I don't know if all of you have seen that, but that was basically an assessment that was done in 2023, and it gave estimates on replacement life for all our major building systems for 3 of our locations. And the estimates were based on having vendors come in and do the work for us. There was some cost escalation built into those figures, but now they're 3 years old, and so they're just kind of like the bottom, the low end of the estimate. Again, our team will be looking at the most economical options for addressing different roof replacements. So then they're not necessarily going to go directly by what's in the Cummings report. Currently, we're projecting just the operating cost for facilities to be 9% of the budget. This does not include the security services. So this includes custodial, repairs, preventative maintenance, cleaning, painting, all of the stuff. It's not capital. We're recommending that we budget now and into the future $500,000 for unplanned, non-capital repairs. So this is referred to often as corrective maintenance. And we also would like to invest some of this money into our building automation system, which we have just currently for the main library got corrected so that we have access to the systems this year. I think this month actually the project ended. And so we'd like to enhance that system in order to begin to track utilities use. And so we can understand how we can make things more efficient. So facilities capital replacement, we're recommending a 3-year investment strategy just to get the basic needs covered. This does not include a new library or a major renovation. This just focuses on building deficiencies. So the first year we focus on the HVAC replacements on the priority facilities. So those are yet to be determined. And then the facilities that are not deemed priority, we would make the repairs as things break. So we wouldn't invest proactively in replacing systems in those buildings. The second year, we begin to address building envelope replacements. Our Reynolds and main libraries are going to be due for roof replacements, and I believe the Carnegie Library is already due for roof replacement. So the third year, we recommend a second facilities assessment similar to the Cummings report with updated estimates, and to begin to use an assessment management tool that we can program preventative maintenance, asset lifespan into, so that we can get more proactive and less reactive and to take care of our buildings. So in 2027, priorities and replacements. So far, we definitely would like to be able to replace the main library boilers and replace the interior doors on the Arapahoe side of the library because they limit us into what we can bring into the building, so we can't fit a pallet through the interior doors. They're very problematic. We have service people out here probably more than 2 or 3 times a month, at a few $100s a shot just to come out and visit, not necessarily to make any repairs. So we'd like to get those replaced.
They struggle to open all the time.
Yeah.
It's like,
so
please
there's a list in the draft facilities report. One of the appendices gives all of the HVAC replacements and the building envelope replacements and the plumbing replacements that are coming due. So what we do is we focus on the highest priority replacements. We get updated estimates if we haven't, and we begin to tackle those. And we'd also, along the same lines, get updated scope and estimates of medium priority replacements so that we know what we're looking at for 2028. So this sounds awesome to be able to do some of these major projects, but we also have to consider that there are scheduling considerations. We don't want to be replacing our boilers in the middle of winter, so that project wouldn't probably start until spring of 2027. Also, it's been really unpredictable with getting replacement parts and for our repairs, and so we're facing continued unpredictable materials lead times. So we'll just do our best to get some of these things scheduled as as soon as we know where we're going in terms of how much we're gonna invest into capital for next year.
The projects we approved for this year, like when are they gonna start the children's library?
They had a design meeting this month, I think, and I think we'll have a contract next week. It was supposed to begin fourth quarter. So
Okay. Oh, okay.
I think it's still on schedule for fourth quarter.
Okay.
So there are a few topics that we'd love your input on. Prioritization of the facilities for capital investment, so understanding which facilities you would like us to take a more proactive stance on repairing and replacing building systems versus those that we fix as we go, as things break. We'd also like to know if you support the staff recommendations for investing $500K annually in the operating budget, not capital, for corrective maintenance. So this is for unplanned repairs. And some of the things on the list in the HVAC, for example, are non-capital replacements. So there's a threshold in the purchasing policy for capital. I haven't looked at it lately, but it's I want to say like 50K. So projects less than that wouldn't be considered capital. They'd be expensed under this 500K in the operating budget. We'd also like to do another comprehensive facilities assessment sometime in the third year, hopefully after we've gotten through most of the major replacements, to kind of just get a baseline for the next 3 to 5 years. We'd like to invest in utilities use tracking, so an enhancement to our building automation system, and also purchase software that would allow us to manage our assets and schedule things like preventative maintenance and life cycle replacements. We're also recommending that we produce an annual facilities performance report with project status updates and inform annual budget planning. So it'd be something like the results of whatever we've accomplished. We present those to you about this time so that we have information about what we need to do for the next year.
One other question on that, but also not in here, is like how many service calls? You know, we're spending about $600,000 on personnel. Do we have tickets or service tickets that we can pull? And that would be good to include in the annual report as well.
We do have internal service tickets. So
Okay.
Our current system does not create tickets for external. So like if we have a preventative maintenance, that doesn't show up as a ticket, that's separate. And that would be something that would be integrated in either, well, probably the asset management tool.
Okay, yeah, it'd be nice to track what kind of productivity we're getting out of the internal people.
So we have that information, I just wasn't able to get the
Okay.
analysis done for this report.
Okay.
And it's pretty subjective because the people who submit the tickets determine the priority of it. And so I have to go back through and really recategorize things. So it's gonna take a little bit of time.
I'm curious about the facilities assessment, because we did something in 2020. Yeah, so what do we, but we haven't really done much to change the things that we found in 2023.
We have.
We have, okay.
We have done some.
Okay.
We did some in the first year, and that was mostly taking care of leaks, replacing, patching roofs, that
Okay.
sort of thing. We did some work on Carnegie. We haven't done much with HVAC replacements.
Okay.
And we decided this year that we weren't gonna invest in those, and then we seen the result of that. Our HVAC crapping out, and we really don't want that to happen with our boilers, so we're hoping that they'll give us another year and we can replace those before anything happens.
We did repair them, right? So
Yeah,
we repaired them at a level that was below the capital
Right.
expense.
No, that's how I'm thinking about it,
It
is
would
like
be
the
interesting to
full.
see if an independent
right,
auditor would say like, well, this is a great idea, or it's like, you're not gonna be able to buy
Right,
that part in
right.
2 more years, so I don't know how much longer.
Well,
we
and
can
those
keep
things we have, when each time we consider whether or not we'd have to replace that part with a whole new system, or if it's something we can replace now and get the benefit out of, and then add to it and enhance it with a second replacement. So a lot of the work that's been done on the boiler so far would not be part of the replacement and would actually make the project less expensive than it's currently estimated.
Something like boiler replacement, though, is we would replace the boilers and then expect them to be part of the system for the next 10 plus years. This is not a 5 years from now, we'd be ripping out the entire HVAC system and replacing it all together, and the boilers would no longer be part of the system or something like that.
Is the utilities use tracking and asset management tool, is that a software tool or what kind of?
So we
what
believe our
is that?
building automation system, that's the thing that controls all of the different components of HVAC. We can connect that to our utilities and be able to track those. So we believe that there's some level of enhancement we could do to what we already have. I don't have a cost for you yet because this was just something that we realized we could do recently. And then an asset management tool would be a separate piece of software. Potentially our current IT ticket system could do some of this, and it may be just an enhancement to that. Or we may want a completely separate tool that just looks at facilities asset management.
Can I ask a question of your question? Were you saying, like, do we look at doing electric for the entire building instead of gas?
Well, I know we talked about needing to overhaul the entire HVAC system in Maine, and I wanted to make sure this wasn't buying boilers to support a legacy system that is itself going to need to be replaced.
And that is a concern, but yeah, that we don't have any data, any good data so far that shows that electric heating can do this building, right? That building of this size. And so we are looking at gas boilers, replacement of gas boilers.
But more efficient ones.
More efficient ones,
The only thing I could think would be geothermal, if we could sink some coils into the ground, but I don't know how possible that is.
Very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it's expensive up front, but like, it's really cheap to run over, you cut your energy bills in half, but that'd be the only, it'd be something to look at. I don't know what,
We did look at it in Nova.
Yeah,
I was just saying, is no fully electric, or are we still burning gas?
No, it's fully electric, but it's a smaller building.
Yeah, the problem is to deliver the heat, the BTUs and the heat, you need air ducting that's the right size. For electric, you need much higher airflow. And so what the problem is, you can do it with small, real condensed electric coils, but then you just lose all of your energy efficiency. So you're just it's like turning on a space heater or whatever. So that's the problem with, you could deliver a lot more energy, heating, BTUs with natural gas. Just, it's much more.
Okay, I guess that my train of thought on this goes back to the original point of what is our desired outcome by facility? Because I would argue that potentially Carnegie would be a place that we try to keep hobbling along as long as possible without putting more than, what we absolutely need to make sure that things in there don't get ruined. But Reynolds, let's say, it's a place that we want to invest moving forward. So if we do, just to continue the example, then that means that in Reynolds in 10 years, we're gonna need to do a $12 million renovation of the plumbing and HVAC system. And ergo, between now and year 10, when we need to put together that 10 million, here's what we're gonna do in corrective maintenance and HVAC to get us to that renovation. Because kind of to the points that were mentioned, I think what we're all getting around is if we're gonna need to do a huge amount of HVAC work in Maine in the next 10 years, let's say, we're going to truly rip things out and replace everything or replace the majority of things, then how does this fit into that plan? Because what I would prefer that we don't do is that we make pretty significant large investments that then still feels very Frankenstein when we want to replace the whole thing. And so I just want to make sure that we have those pins in certain places so then we can say, yeah, these two boilers fit into that 10-year plan, because by then they're gonna be dead and we're gonna need to replace the whole thing soup to nuts.
And on the Reynolds piece, when we have to figure out what we're doing with Park Meadows, then there's a conversation of we've sort of been talking about the South Boulder Library. So, I mean, that might also be a factor we have to consider.
Exactly.
So do you
Does
want these
that-
questions?
Excuse me, does that thinking fit into then this comprehensive facility assessment? Is that a guiding piece of this?
I think what Lisa's referring to is Jennifer's first bullet there, the prioritization of facilities for capital investment. Yeah, we do have to have that discussion. It's not gonna be comfortable.
Are you ready for it now, or?
Oh, wow.
My thought is we move everything out of Carnegie like as soon as possible, and give that back to the city, and if we can, and that would be my.
Negotiate that.
I think they're gonna stick us with Carnegie, but it's gonna be the way we get
Well,
the buildings.
But whatever.
Carnegie for Reynolds.
Maybe they'll start by giving us one building just to see how we do, and it'll be Carnegie.
No, we will. I mean, I've heard from different council people they want Carnegie back. They like it. I'm like, you can have
yeah.
it.
They can have
okay.
it then.
Yeah.
For Reynolds.
But my thought would be, can we move the operations of Carnegie into Maine? Like, upstairs or whatever. If we do staff reduction, we're gonna have less people, so there's other places there. So that would be my thought. Reynolds and Novo and Maine are the three city buildings. So, I mean, obviously, I think those should be prioritized. I'd go Maine, Novo, Reynolds if I'm ordering them. I don't know, and then I guess with Meadows, are we going to renew the lease or try to renew the lease? Have we had those discussions yet? Or?
Well, to Andy's point earlier, we may be in a position where we have to, probably look for a shorter term lease.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and we don't, right now we pay nothing for that lease.
No, we pay a common area maintenance charge, which is $50,000-$60,000.
And do we expect the cost could increase considerably when we
I
renew
don't
the
know.
lease?
We can ask them, I mean, they're gonna have a hard time, there's vacancies at the mall now, I think they're gonna have a hard time, we're a tax write-off, I don't know why they wouldn't give it to us for the same deal.
Okay.
But they might want 20 years.
Can I build on that point? I think, yes, agree, Carnegie or something, for sure, right? Going back to my original point of like, what is our plan for the next 10 years for our facilities? Because it could be that then we want to build some space for Carnegie, better space here.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, we're gonna do a temporary move of Carnegie into some other temporary measure until we get to that plan of here's where Carnegie's materials are gonna go to eventually in this longer term plan. Right? I think that all these points ideally would be connected. As it goes to Meadows, I think Meadows is an opportunity to think outside the box. We need to think outside the box. If we take Meadows out, the outcry of the community is gonna be huge. So we need to really think about how do we serve that community without feeling like we took something away. So maybe it's lockers, like Meadows. I remember you telling me that Meadows is a lot of pickups, like people just going in there all day picking. So maybe so we start translating that into lockers in the next 3 years. So we can transition the community into less of like a physical pickup thing. What else? The children's center or some of the other uses, how can we give them other places? Maybe we do something in Reynolds once we have it to renovate so people can move over there. Like we have to think about Meadows, I think, in a way that doesn't feel like a drastic, like now you have less, but more of a transition into how people are using libraries into this like 10-year plan.
What's the latest on this building?
It's still, I would characterize it as in the wind, right? So what I thought they were asking at the city council meeting, I thought,
And you're referring, just for the record.
Just to the north building.
1961 building, I thought they were referring to the bid that was received around acquiring this building and the other side of the creek. That's not what they were referring to. That bid was rejected. But there was a bid.
Clarification on that.
And it's, there are interested parties, right? And that has been the case since I've been here and long before. There were strong community support for tearing this building down 20 years ago. Then in the 2015 master plan that the city did for the civic area, this building was scraped and replaced by a 500-seat theater. There is still that impetus. It's different people, and I don't know how much money they have or what if there are deep pockets. It is a large developer that is interested. And so, yeah, I consider this building as one that's kind of in the wind a little bit.
So are the HVAC systems for the north building separate? I mean,
They are.
Are we talking about separate line items, and are those in the HVAC facility? Okay.
There are
So-
some parts that are connected.
I think we should treat these as two separate buildings.
Okay,
for
I'm
the
sorry.
purposes
I
of
wasn't
this
doing that,
discussion.
so I didn't.
I mean, I don't think there's any, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's any scenario where we are leaving the main library south building
Yeah, that's what I mean.
in the next 20 years.
Probably.
Okay.
Probably.
So, I mean, I think obviously that's the top of my list in terms of prioritization, because it is our most visible building and the one that we are most likely to be in 20 years from now.
Yeah.
This building I think is probably somewhat down on the list. I mean, it has the makerspace, which is one of the most heavily used spaces, but we know we may not, like this building may become a bargaining chip sooner rather than later, and we should be willing to trade it away. Perhaps it does. But I do think then what we do need to decide is, yeah, like what's the long-term plan for Reynolds? And to your point, like, I don't think we want to be in Meadows forever. I don't think that means there's no South Boulder Library or no East Boulder Library. Like, we need to have a discussion about what that ultimately
And it needs to be a greater discussion based on the work that you guys did on how people are using it today and what do we want to offer them as things change in the future. But I kind of picking up that thread on this building. Yes, I do think that there's an opportunity to work with the city to figure out if there's something that they are attracted to in here. We need to be careful about the theater, because if there's a developer, like that theater is beloved, is used, I know it's a huge cost, but I think we need to make sure that our arms and hands are around that to offer free community space or free community use of theater, or like we need to try to not just necessarily like, okay, we give up north, we give up makerspace in the theater, but like how do we continue to serve our community by advocating for them on the ways that they use the theater today in this new owner? And then makerspace is a huge question mark. What do we do with that? It's consistently mentioned. People love the makerspace. So if we lose this building, then what? Question mark, makerspace.
It's imminently transportable. Makerspace
Yeah,
is
I can-
occupies
We'd have to open up those
small
spaces.
space.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
This is really helpful hearing everybody on this. I want to just throw this out in a little bit of a different direction, okay? I think we control the conversation with the council. I don't think it's really, and I think their mishandling of their maintenance and this bond issues out there that they're probably going to lose is going to be the political climate that we're going to be in next year negotiating to get whatever we're doing. So part of that to me is, yes, $500,000 in the budget for maintenance, and other than last year in an emergency situation, we have done all this work to be proactive in caring for the assets we actually don't own.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that puts us in a thing, and I don't think we'll get through all this today, but I think there's an argument to be made to take the research that the strategic plan is and these conversations, and somewhere early next year, so after that bond issue is won or lost, and present out scenarios to the community as to how we see the library growing over time. There are these realities about costs and maintenance, and as a city, we've just heard this whole conversation around the failure to plan to take care of things. We have all this information on usage that's changed. We know a shit ton about people who use it. We don't know much about the residents that don't. So some part of our reasoning ought to be, how do we get more people into the community, right? And the interesting thing is that it comes down to people who are younger, they like this place for space and the safety and connection. And if they're older, they like the program and the makerspace, which to your point, we could populate the city with makerspaces. But then we ought to really put a process together with the staff, be very imaginative on what's the system look like that we're building with these interruptions, which is Meadows. One of which might be, well, we need to buy 5 more years out of Meadows to get to this perfect system. We're 1 year into, this will be the first year that we see what engagement there is with Sundance and how to use it. I mean, Benita and I've had this conversation about, could you do a teen documentary center in partnership with Sundance going forward in a new space? If we were going to if we were gonna go bond and build a new space. And part of that scenario is, this is the building we'd like to build. You know, maybe this is, we wanna rebuild rentals on that footprint, or we wanna sell rentals, which I'm pretty sure was dedicated, was a gift to be a library space, right? So it's hard for them to say they gotta sell us that building, right? But so that we bring the community into this, so we're not in the South Boulder Rec Center world, people blowing up at us.
Yes.
We're saying, come on, engage with us.
Very good with that.
Make part of 27 to do that. And we make the decisions today on the budget and other things that are moving us, setting us up to be the best stewards of whatever the 3 options we're putting out, 3 scenarios we're putting out.
Any other thoughts? I just want to clarify for you guys that like none of these decisions are happening today, right? So, and all of them are fraught with public relations.
Absolutely, I mean,
And so,
or especially in South Boulder, given
Yeah.
what's going on.
Yeah.
What's going
But
on.
the
I mean, I live in South Boulder, so I can tell you.
so for
Yeah.
some clarity.
We're not doing that lightly.
The archive is separate from the Carnegie Building.
Yeah,
Is everybody clear on that?
yeah.
Nobody's
No one's
saying.
saying
let's-
we
We're all
Yeah.
friends in
Yeah.
our archive.
Definitely.
We'd actually like it to be more accessible and better maintained for the
Right.
community.
So
And a nice
Meadows-
website.
Not sentimentally attached to Snow.
Meadows is the only library where we're seeing declining usage. It is the second largest service area that we provide service in. It is the most economically, ethnically diverse community in all of Boulder by a margin, right? A significant margin. We don't want to necessarily be seen in a position, I don't think, where we're close to that. In any case, if we're thinking about it, just know that it serves a population of about 25,000, almost all the rest of the Back Branch over between 12 and 16 outside of May. And so it is a larger area, a more diverse area.
Yeah. With you, that's my library. I don't necessarily want to close it. I just think we need to evaluate it in the context of all these other things that we are doing and have a plan for it, so we can execute on that plan.
So I have 2 comments. I guess the first is, part of our thing last year was that we were looking, and we had a meeting on this last year, I believe, on what the needs for Carnegie were, the archive was, what the needs for the archive was. And then our goal was, and maybe we've shared this, was I think something within the Reynolds area, in the Meadows area that could combine both of these, the archive and the Meadows.
Yeah.
We've struggled because of just availability. We've gone to the people down there and asked, could you find a space, and maybe there's space at the new
Williams Village.
Village. So that was the goal of the board, I think, at the time was push the archive and Meadows together, and maybe a makerspace or something, maybe you move it from here. So that has been a long-term sort of, I don't know if we've ever voted on it, but I think we did.
I feel like
we pushed it.
we were
Yeah.
mostly in favor of.
So that was the plan, I think, and still the plan. And that's why also the fund balance is important, because we need that to be able to jump on
Right,
any type of thing that comes ahead.
for sure.
So if I'm hearing too, I just want to go back to what you want is us to prioritize these facilities. I'm hearing that the 3 Reynolds, South Boulder, South Building, and Novo are, I guess, priorities, and then this building and the Carnegie Building are unprioritized, and then I guess the leased spaces are leased spaces. I also, my third comment is, and I'll stop talking, is also that the ability that we had to just lease space and create a library, we did that like amazingly cheap for a public. We did it for under $3 million. I'm talking the entire lifetime of the lease and the renovation costs
For Gun
Barrel.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that doesn't include maintenance, but
Doesn't include staffing
or staffing or anything like that. But the staffing's gonna be staffing, right? So we have that ability. I've talked about I've talked to David about low cost construction projects, like just do tilt up buildings with four walls and a roof. Yeah. I mean, that's I built 120,000 square feet in Gun Barrel 5 years ago doing that construction. It's beautiful. And that's kind of what Gun Barrel is anyway, library. So anyway, we can do it cheaply. I think as a board, we don't necessarily have to think about always owning something. I think leasing is also another option.
Especially if they pay utility,
for the-
HVAC.
Yeah.
I mean, to your point about that, what I've been sitting and thinking about when you said bring Carnegie over here, we got all this unused office space downtown. Maybe we should be negotiating to see if we could
The municipal stuff
a chunk of time and move the archives
for free.
into a better space that's got parking and maybe with, a penny for the property owner to say, well, we're giving to the community.
You mean in the short term?
Yeah, like
Yes.
maybe for 5 years or something, and then we can dump Carnegie the building, get out of those costs, and actually have a better asset for the community in terms of people who want to use archives.
I need to go search this. What does our lease say about our ability to leave the lease prior to 20 years?
I think we revisit every 5.
But does it have to be by mutual agreement with the city?
No, we can
Can we
terminate.
unilaterally
We can
terminate?
lease it, we can leave it.
Because the city can't unilaterally terminate.
No, it's only us that could unilaterally terminate.
Okay.
The other piece is like, one thing I didn't see about in here, it would be nice to see just like per facility cost.
Yes.
Like what is main cost, what is south building, what is north building, what is,
You mean
Carnegie.
both operating and maintenance cost?
not the people, just the building cost.
Like a table.
Yeah, and then you could, probably a better way to look at it would be by square foot, if you have like rough square footage, because, obviously Maine's gonna cost more, South Main is gonna cost more because it's bigger, right? So it doesn't really, but if you look at it by square foot, then if I move Carnegie's, the collection and close that, I'm gonna save some percentage of that.
I think
Yeah.
I cited it.
So isn't that in the scope of, going back to the comprehensive facility assessment or the facility performance report, I mean, wouldn't that be captured in that too? Right, isn't that a part of what
The cost
you're
for-
saying there? About each of these facilities and what you're asking for?
The cost?
Well-
Yeah, but we're not doing that until year 3 again, so.
Okay,
Yeah. She
okay,
has
I
the
can get
number.
you those costs.
Yeah.
okay, and so, a couple things, one, I think about the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, and for the past year, I was advising this 15-minute neighborhood community effort that was looking at that. And so I think as that is adopted, that needs to be sort of an overlay as we look at land use issues and space, because they did, at my urging, incorporate libraries into the thinking of where new development happens and where people are and that kind of thing. And I think another component related to this is the requirement of developers to dedicate community use space in development. And I think library centers or locker centers could be a part of that community use and, better align with the needs of the district users. So.
I think what you're hearing us say is that we definitely want to engage into more specific conversations around the buildings and what is our straw man plan, whether it be to unite, parent, whatever it is. Like, I think we need to have a conversation about it separately, period, in a paragraph. I would personally like to see, Jennifer, like for Maine and for Reynolds specifically, hey, by this year, it looks like we're gonna have to do major, I'm talking about millions of dollars worth of work on the HVAC system or any other sort of operational fixes. And this work is expected performative maintenance that gets us there, but doesn't really, it's not, we're not wasting money until we do this, right? There's an actual long-term plan. If you're like, I read somewhere that Reynolds has 12 to 17 years left on the HVAC. Okay, great. So then between now and 12 to 17 years, when we need to spend, I'm gonna make it up $2 million, then what is gonna be your expectations on maintenance? So we don't get to a point where we're like, we have years that we have to put 2 million and years that we put 30,000. Like, we need to have a longer term plan for those two buildings. And to give us some comfort, information on, hey, by this year, we're gonna need to do something big. Like, we're gonna need to figure out $20 million in somewhere or something. And then B, as we're approving these things, I at least want to better understand that we have that long-term plan in mind.
Yeah, and I mean, some of that information is in the appendices.
Yeah, I looked at
Yeah,
all of
yeah,
it, but
yeah,
still,
yeah.
it's not really laid out with that endpoint. Does that make sense?
I don't want to throw a wrench in things too, but because I heard you say sell Reynolds and you're saying how do we fix
Well,
it?
I'm just.
Yeah.
Reynolds is built as a 50-year building, it's 59. It is probably in need of a full replacement at some point. The envelope is still relatively good. It has the worst ADA access for any of our buildings. There are problems with every one of the buildings. And so while we're talking of all the buildings, and by no means is this in the next 5 or 10 years, but we do have to begin thinking about what happens with Reynolds. If Meadows moved to Williams Village, it's now truly a mile apart. Not as the crow flies, but by driving a car and they're about 10 minutes apart. That will probably, if we built the library for Meadows at baseline and it's got a maker space and a theater and a memory lab and all these different things, maybe everybody, they don't cross the barrier.
And the other part of that, by the way, and this gets to the conversations that we started on about no coordination among all the property owners, the city, yes, and the school district. I mean, Meadows, Williams Village is a nice intersection transportation-wise to middle schools going downtown, the bus, and also CU, right? So there's a lot to be said around that.
How does that impact Reynolds?
How does that impact it? So does, would BBSD be interested in, like, for example, if we were gonna go into Williams Village in a way and we could add some teen component to it? Would that be an attraction to them?
So one of the things that we typically do at this retreat is give David goals. We come up with goals for the year.
Yeah.
So and just coming off of what you said, Tom, I think it sounds like one thing that might be good for a goal for David in 27 would be creating another sort of. It sounded like what you were saying was community outreach into sort of what's the fate of South Boulder. I don't know how we structure that, but like I think one could be like a full facilities master plan that maps out all this stuff. Another could be like community engagement.
Yeah, so I think that would be a direction, but I think we need to be doing it in 27, and I think it's part of it saying, hey, we just watched the rec center, right?
Yeah.
And we think our patrons probably don't appreciate all the operational and building costs we have. And so here they are. And that's why I'm saying doing it after the election, because we'll see what happens with the bond there. Because again, if it passes, there's not a dime in there for us, right? Like the city didn't incorporate taking care of the libraries. They're thinking because it's us. So, but I think and then we can do a community thing in meetings and
I do say that like we could ask for a bond, an indebted bond, and put that on as a way of raising money for facilities. But I think we would need this type of study to say, okay, you guys asked for this type of library. It's going to cost $12 million. We need to finance it. That's where I think it's appropriate for asking for bonded revenues like the city's doing for the $450 million.
I think that's good thinking, like in terms of like down the road. But I'm also like, we have to balance that with like, what do we need over here, right? It's it's going to be a balancing act to figure out like what is going to best serve us in the best way. I mean, it's like it's not just one place.
Yeah. It did not.
And I think there's maybe a balance here where we have a Strawman plan, we have a draft because we have to give directions and spend money in the meantime. We have a draft, we pin it down, and then we're getting public interaction, feedback, etc. And then that adjusts our plan. But we have some sort of draft plan because we need to guide the staff on what are we spending on, what are we holding off on, what kind of dollars are we going to put down? Are we going to do it an okay job, or are we going to go all the way to replace things because this is part of our draft plan?
I guess what I would like to hear is, and I'm sort of hearing it, but a lot of the buildings that we hold, they are fluid assets, right? And so I I would be careful, caution us all, to get too wedded to an idea of what we're gonna execute
Right.
without realizing that right now we own nothing, right?
Right.
And I think I do believe, I kind of alluded to it in a meeting with council, I believe that there's a path. I think there's probably a path, but it means compromise, right? We would give up some of the huge big desires that we have in order to help the city also accomplish some of the goals that they have. It might mitigate some of the PR disaster that we might experience by moving from the Carnegie building and it gets sold, the city sells it for condos.
Right.
I mean, we're gonna bear the brunt of that,
That's
not
right.
the city, we will bear the brunt of that.
Yeah.
And so I think there is probably a path, and that I would like to explore
Right.
about what possibilities are there for, if we do look at a lot of our buildings, not that one, not Novo, Reynolds, maybe not, but maybe, as assets that we have that are potentially usable in a deal with the city and or other entities, that might translate into the best case scenario for us.
I kind of feel like, I mean, that's where my thinking is, but I feel like we kind of need to come up with like specific, like the next steps, like to get us closer to, you know, like, so what do you think is like a good path for us to like in specific steps? Like what should we do? What should be the priority?
I mean, I think you said Maine and Novo and partially Reynolds, right?
Yeah.
You know, Reynolds, Reynolds grades out better than any of the other buildings right now.
Yeah.
And so we don't really have to make a decision on Reynolds.
Okay.
The decision on Reynolds may happen to us if we were to get the land and the building.
Right.
Then that may be an opportunity for us
Right.
to look at other options, but it also may come at the cost of swapping something else out.
Yeah,
So the city says we gotta keep Carnegie, if you can have Reynolds, or you could have no, you know, whatever they say.
Right.
Like if they were to say that, I think you would have to say, you'd want to consider, right? If the city said to you today, you know what, we want you to give up this 1961 building and your great gallery and your awesome theater, in exchange for you get that building and the land, what are you gonna say? Like, you have to be prepared for
Right.
those kinds of, it sounds like horse trading.
Right.
In a sense, like the city has goals around
Right.
downtown.
Right. Factors we don't.
We
I
are.
think we should put in here a section just to base that we need to maintain flexibility on the changing environment, you know, and that part of the facilities plan is that, you know, for instance, if they close Mesa Elementary, which is, you know, a mile from Reynolds,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
like, which is very likely because it's under like 50%, you know, and there's another elementary school 4 blocks away. You know, what do they do with Mesa? You know, that was the thing that Tina was saying, and I think, you know, it's a very touchy subject for BUIC. They probably won't talk about this to us right now, but they will in September when they make their calls.
And I guess my question is, do you want any more old buildings? Do you want to take any old buildings for free?
Well, I think
More old.
it is a weirdly good time to lease right now. So like I would make
Yeah.
some exceptions for
Yeah.
certain leases. But yeah, by and large, I think we want more buildings like Novo that we can stay on top of the maintenance burden of instead of winding up 20 years from now in the situation we are now in. Where
But
we
we're
have
gonna always have to
this
spend money.
maintenance burden on all buildings. Yeah, so I think to your point more generally though, like personally, I'm supportive of where you want to go with the plan. And I do think we have this significant maintenance backlog the city indebted us with that we now need to start paying down. And that's going to be more investment here. And over time, I think ultimately it means a move toward newer buildings, but we can't fix that. Newer buildings.
And maybe
right
fewer.
away. And I think newer and fewer.
Yeah.
I do think one thing that'd be useful is for us to like be clear about what our broad goals are. And I think we want some amount of geographic diversity, right? Like we don't want to stick part of Boulder with a 20-minute commute to a library, right? We also need to acknowledge that libraries are no longer about browsing books. Like that has been a dying purpose of libraries and it continues to die. So I think we're going to continue to look at these spaces as how do we get meeting spaces? How do we get maker spaces? How do we get the ability to pick up books and things like that? And less is how do we find the ability to browse books?
And I mean,
libraries aren't about books.
still have to
So
be
that part is diminishing as well.
So
At least browsing books is definitely.
Yeah, I mean, one, you know, Maine could be the browsing books place.
But even Maine, like we did some of this already, we reduced the amount of the collection room to the upstairs and improved the nature of the space for other uses in the process. And I think we'll be doing more things of that nature.
Right.
yeah, Did you get direction?
I mean, that's where I'm
I
trying.
think so.
I know Sylvia's trying to get
I'm
back.
just trying to pin it down a little bit
Yeah, let's
more.
put it down.
Yeah.
Well, so one of the things, I mean, this is a very specific ask. The first one under the
Yeah.
support staff recommendations, like, that money, that amount changes from year to year. We haven't really adequately budgeted for it. This will help quite a bit to say it's $500,000 in money going to facility operations in order to fix stuff, right? That comes at it comes at a cost, right?
Right.
That is factored into the model that you
Right.
saw, which requires then a 15 or 18% reduction. So this is a trigger that, I mean, I want everybody to know, like staff will say, like, why? And
All of
are you
this-
comfortable with this?
This is getting us close to a 10% of our budget being facilities, right?
Yeah.
That feels right to me. Like the fact that it's 3% right now seems like we are just digging our hole deeper, and 10% is where I would expect it to be. And I think staff costs are probably a higher percentage than we want right now, and this will come down to compensate.
This 500K thing, so I had a question. I noticed in what we got in advance that there have been two different expenses, a gun barrel that we're supposed to be reimbursed for and we're not getting reimbursed. Is that gonna be an ongoing thing?
We didn't talk about gun barrel in the branch allocation. It's an ideal location. We have a non-responsive landlord. I mean, the agreement with the city is we're responsible for everything. The agreement with our other landlord there is they are responsible for major
I've heard-
things. They have not been paying for it.
I've heard that from other people in town that rent from that landlord, so I think we need to
We
like
just need to,
send them a stern letter.
that's right. Like a
Then-
letter and order.
And,
But
and,
I'm getting like,
and they eventually.
having that problem that we weren't accounting for would come out of something like this 500K, right? Yeah, and we wanna make sure that place stays in good shape
It's
because
leaks, it's HVAC, it's the plumbing, it's everything.
Yeah.
And we have sent them every single
Yeah.
bill, and they say they're talking about it. They promised me an initial response to it, I think, in February. We still haven't received it.
Okay.
It was leaking on the $700,000 sorter machine.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no. Yeah.
Whether that's a long-term facility or not either is, I think, we leased there. We did finish it for under $2 million of finished costs. Possibly 10
I
years.
was there yesterday. It was full of people.
That's great.
It's a great location.
So,
It is.
I mean, full of people. There was no place to sit.
Was there a program or something?
No, there was no
Just
program.
You guys were just
I was
there?
I was just sitting there.
I was
reading.
in purple.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Real
So-
quick, because we have Chris here, we did get some money last year because we have held on to Carnegie. That's kind of the exception though, rather than, I guess, in your opinion, if we ultimately divest ourselves from the Carnegie Library, is that a significant amount of money we're leaving on the table, or is it a little bit of money here and there?
No, as long as you have the archive, exactly right, Lisa. The brand, the name of Carnegie does not need to be perpetual. I can help you at the foundation explain that to our donors and to continue that support.
And it's not like the Carnegie Foundation's been sending us
No.
$100,000 a year because we kept the name or
It's
anything like that. Yeah,
No,
it's
they
10,000
said-
once in the last
they
20
said-
years.
They said, yeah, they gave us a one-time 10,000 because we still have the Carnegie name attached and we don't expect that ever to happen again.
So that just reminds me, like a couple years ago, we had a meeting, David, at Carnegie with people who were doing historic Boulder, right, and folks. Did any grant funding ever get pursued or come out of that?
No,
Did we invest in
aside from,
everyone's time for any grant writing related to historic preservation, anything like that?
we do apply for grants. We're currently
Yeah.
joint recipients of a grant with the Museum of Boulder from the National Endowment for the Arts.
Yeah.
So we do occasionally get
But
grants.
Carnegie specifically, and I just remember that meeting 2 years ago, we didn't get anything out of that. No grant application and no.
No, that was for our renovation of the building.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, right, I think the emotional connection to that building is strong, like huge.
Yeah.
It does not have a parking lot.
Yeah.
We are never gonna make that space a 21st century archive. It has very poor ADA access.
that's the biggest piece.
That's it.
I mean, you can't use it even as a public building
Yeah.
without the ADA piece. It's very difficult. Like you couldn't even, like I was like, well, maybe you could like rent it out for weddings. I think people, but it doesn't have a ADA bathroom. You couldn't, and no parking. So like, yeah, so
There's a ramp around the side when we did the analysis, which
experience.
it's
Be
not
cold or hot.
or that city owns. So it's complicated.
David, can I just ask to clarify that 500K is forecast to grow to keep up with inflation?
I think we plug in the $500,000 amount annually for a few years, and then we put on that escalation.
And if we don't want, because this is money we're setting aside for use for unplanned expenses. If we get to Q4 and we haven't spent it, is this you would repurpose that to other things? It would go back into our reserves? What would be your intention for
All
it?
of the above. We could repurpose it to more capital, we could let it flow into fund balance.
And you would come back to us in a year to ask about how we wanted to use that if we didn't have emergency
Like
expenses?
the annual performance report would give us information about what we want to do.
Okay.
If we want to change.
So you would
it.
just work your way down the wish list basically as you have funds available.
100%.
But it's
That's what we should
pretty
do.
good.
Wish list is the
Somewhat,
capital,
yes.
the capital related things, but
Yeah.
this is for things that break eventually. And right now, I don't, it's all behind the curtain, but Jennifer is finding money throughout the budget all the time to pay for a flood, to pay for
Yeah, that's why,
HVAC system, to pay for all these things. That because we did not budget
Right.
capital expenses for replacing the HVAC system, so it is a matter of like daily, weekly, monthly.
So we can budget that and then what the balances can roll over to the next year.
But I mean, we're being really optimistic that there would be any.
Strategic plan
Yeah.
and the website project, we budgeted for those two, we didn't spend it, so we reallocated it, you approved it to go into repairs.
So this is giving us some headroom to
Yeah,
give you some
this is
flexibility.
saying, we're dedicating this to facilities,
Right.
we're not gonna
Yeah,
put it
no.
in any other project. Any other project, we'd have to find another way to do it. But we
so-
have this focus money for a few years to just get
To be
ahead
good
of
stewards.
things.
Yeah.
What
No,
do
but
what do we budget our FTE cost at all in? Basically 500K, how many FTEs does that turn into?
That's roughly 5.
That's
A
what
little-
that would be my guess.
5.25. I think the number that Adriana came up for an average is like 92.
Okay.
With that.
So we're basically saying we're sacrificing 5-ish roles in return for having the flexibility in our facilities budget to ensure that we don't have to basically get lucky and find other spots in the budget we can spend from. And if we don't wind up needing that in a given year, I mean, ultimately, I think it would go into our reserves toward this longer-term goal of getting newer buildings.
That's
So-
as clear as it can be.
So in terms of like support for staff recommendations, I mean, do you feel like we're good with all of that? I mean, like everything you're recommending there?
I haven't heard no, so.
But yeah, no, I feel like that's what we're saying, right? Is that like everything is thumbs up for
And so it
us.
sounds like you want a table with square foot costs and like some kind of long-term replacement plan for main and Reynolds
And no vote.
and the whole.
Yes, please.
No, but it's hopefully when we can avoid ever getting this to you.
Well, let's put it on the list so we don't get
Yeah.
used to it.
No, we should stay on top of it. It's our
But
first opportunity.
remember how the city all paid for all renovations through bonds.
Yeah,
So what we're saying here is
We're budgeting.
we're not doing that.
yeah.
And so, I mean,
Not
maybe if we do this thing that, the study or that, and we get some data here and we can draft a thing, draft a plan, maybe we would bond for a new library to replace other libraries or whatever.
Yes.
But that's probably in 2030 or something, 27, 29,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
So in Doug's email to the board a few days ago, he said, can we just stick a number in going forward? In a sense, that's partially what we're doing, right? So in the model, what the model shows is a baseline of about $1.3 or $1.4 million annually in capital costs,
Plus
plus
500.
$500,000.
So that's good.
So you're right around $1.8, $1.9 million annually. That's about 9 to 10%, 9%, let's say, of the budget annually for capital costs, so that we're not having to bond for maintenance.
Yep, I think 2
And
million.
it does include, you know, potentially, you know, like renovations and stuff like that, and or also debt payment, right? That is the presumption. I don't know when you ever get an old car fixed, but if we ever got in front of the backlog, then it might free up some money in that baseline amount in order to put in.
You know, I drive a 23-year-old Honda Civic.
I know, when does it ever get fixed?
Oh, you're bragging now. So I just have the question about the comprehensive facilities assessment. I'm like beating on that one. Sometime in third year, like what does that mean? Sometime in, what third year of what?
The 3-year plan.
Okay, so that would be in,
2029?
so wouldn't we already have some of that assessment in these other years? I'm not sure what that means.
Presumably, yes. So if we are actually able to get the city to the table at a 2027 to talk about buildings, and in my imagined scenario where there are options being presented to us, that may actually bring some clarity to what we might be doing in the future. But that would happen maybe before 3 years. It's not, we're not gonna be able to figure out a way to finance it, I don't think, for 2 or 3 years, but yes. Is that what you're asking about?
I guess, but
what
I'm not
happens in
even sure.
Meadows and-
It seems like that's gonna be underway well before sometime in third year.
Was this originally intended as an update to the assessment we did in 2023? Yeah, so this is like, we did an assessment of all our buildings in 2023. The goal would be to reassess them 5 years after that assessment was done, which is
Okay.
3 years from now, basically. And it'll be whatever buildings we have at that point, which might look different than the buildings we have today.
And I said to Carnegie Roof is bad, but you already decided that you're moving the archive to Maine, right? So then what do you care?
Or Carnegie might even be part of it.
A quick
Yeah.
ask on section 5, performance measures and reporting, everything, all the KPIs are very numerical, which I love. Performance start completion rate 95, you reduce utility costs by 2%, except the deferred maintenance and replacement backlog. It just says achieve measurable annual reductions in the deferred maintenance backlog. I would like a number there, or a percent, or some specifics.
What do you want it to be?
Oh.
Because
What-
that matters.
maintenance.
What's realistic?
I was gonna say 50%, but.
I like it. But no.
It's page 27, 29.
Yep, that's it.
It all depends on how much money we want to spend.
Yeah.
What does the money in this budget get us?
It gets us probably most of the high priority items that have been estimated. Does not get us new roofs. And probably some of the medium priority stuff.
So maybe something
You know,
like 80
every year
high,
we reassess and things
60,
move up in
50.
priority or fall off the list. Or new things come up that have aged out. So right now, we don't really have a firm grasp on that. That's where the tool and the follow-up assessment will help us.
Oh yeah, I thought we got new roofs in year 2.
We start,
Start,
yeah.
some roofs.
Maybe
Maybe.
we
have
have
some money.
We have money to look at it.
Yes.
I mean, it seems a little silly for us to stick a number on this right now, especially since it sounds like what you're saying is there's not an obvious denominator here. We can just go, there are 100 projects, and we are going to get rid of 15 of them each
So
year.
we could put a dollar amount.
But I like the idea of
Something.
the high has a certain, like, high, we get 80%, let's say, I'm gonna make it up. Very high 80%, high 50%, like some level, and you can come back to us with a recommendation, I don't, but I think some specific KPIs would be really helpful. And I think as we communicate this forward, also very helpful. This is getting us 90% of the highest urgent items with this amount of money that we're putting aside.
What's the plan for, is there like gonna be a final version of this maintenance plan? Okay. And we will bring that back at a future meeting and we will
After the budget is approved.
sign off on it and
Yes.
publish it and all of those things.
Yes.
Okay.
One thing I thought about NOVO is, I mean, I think it's good that it's part of the conversation, mostly because I think about like, we don't want to repeat the practices that the city
Yeah,
had.
no,
This is
exactly.
ours to like keep and maintain as it properly should be maintained. So even though it's tempting to go, oh, we can, deal with some things later, like I think we want to start showing that, no, we're gonna maintain from the, from
No,
the
I think
get-go.
that's right.
Yeah.
It should be an example of how we would intend to
That's
maintain
right.
our building should
That's
we
right.
own them all.
That's right.
I think that there are veterans.
Yeah, I
In terms
think,
of like what we should be putting aside
Yeah.
for a new building for the future, and that
Yeah.
money would feasibly go to our capital reserve.
Exactly.
That's probably close to about 2% of the value of the building, which say is 10 million, so we should be putting aside $200,000 in reserve every year for a future cost.
I do think when we do what percentage of the budget, or what percentage of, I think the most useful number in all of this is what percentage of revenue is capital expenditures, and I think that's a combination of the budget items here, but I would also say the excess money that is going into our reserve should be counted in that as well, because those reserves are ultimately going to be used for capital projects. And it would be interesting to look at that number. My guess is, based on that table, plus the 9% here, it's probably 11% or so a year that we're netting out at. But like, it would be an interesting number to have, because it's gonna be the same conversation with staff. Like, the percentages of budget are less interesting, I think, than percentage of revenue that we are spending, and what percentage of revenue is going towards staffing costs versus what percentage is going toward capital costs.
Since you bring that up with the reserves number before we take a break, you guys tell me if this is an easy lift, because I was thinking like, shit, we can't do that this year. When you initially formed the district, we divided up the reserves in a bunch of different funds, which I think is, very opaque. I like the way you're looking at it. It's like, it's just a number.
Yeah.
As long as we are meeting our table requirements, it doesn't have to be 3 different accounts, and we could, maybe it's just bring it on a consent agenda to the board, and you just decide like, we don't need to have a capital fund and also a future capital fund and then another one for reserve fund and other thing like
I
this.
would
It's just
simplify it. I mean, if you wanted to pull the table out because we can't actually spend that, I mean, I defer to you on that, but I'm fine with it being one number, and it would just be, we need to understand, we can never spend below this amount.
I think we just need to say we need to meet our table requirements every year, which right now the auditor doesn't look at any of those funds. They don't care about all those funds you guys have designated. They just say, like, we had $700,000 back.
And I do think we need to, and this, we'll come back to you on the finance committee on this, but I do think that a certain portion of our reserve should be invested a little bit more aggressively. But we'll come back to you.
Or limited.
We,
I know,
the state
but
law makes
we
it
still have some
complicated.
space. I think we're incredibly conservative right
Yeah. Go ahead, Vivian.
There were two minor things. So when we did the tour with David, I'm just thinking about two needs that I heard that one relates to North Boulder and the ventilation in the restroom facilities and how,
Yes.
Smell.
and yeah,
So-
and
I think it's
just,
something with the sewer
I mean,
line. Yeah.
we
go
what?
ahead. I think, anyway, I think the sewer line isn't vented correctly. Anyway, go
Okay,
keep
but I
going.
mean, I just want to make sure that that is like on this list here somewhere related to this. And then the other one, the reupholstering of the front row seats at minimum in the theater. Just because, I mean, of
The foam was coming out.
yeah, the visibility that we're gonna have in that space.
That's a legit question. Like, if we're losing this building in 3 years, do you care?
Well, I care as it relates to Sundance and their use of that facility and the audience that's gonna be coming in and.
I care to
all
a
that.
certain amount.
Right,
I think, yes, I agree completely with you. I think if we can maintain it to not foam coming out level, I mean, it doesn't have to be every seat is perfect,
but
but
it was, yeah, particularly
Maybe we
that.
can just get some covers for the front row.
sure, I mean, anything, but just like a
Puts our
little
brand
more.
on it.
a
Old
teeny bit more
Public
love.
Library brand on there, and
Yeah.
that way when Sundance is there rebranding everything, they can't change the seats.
The other piece I will say is just overall, I do feel like we made the switch to in-house cleaning staff, and I do feel like our cleanliness has suffered a little bit at Maine especially. And so I don't know what the solution is there, but
Well, they
It-
just started,
Yeah.
like, next week, they're just gonna start, so we've had the contractor.
oh, it's been well, maybe they maybe they
It's on the way out the door.
Yeah, they
Come on.
probably spiked.
okay, well, but for me, it's just
That's right.
okay.
Yeah, we don't care about you anymore.
And then the getting rid of the bulge in the cafe on the, I know there's something going on there with the flooring, but for me, it's very important, I think psychologically for people coming into a space that it's super clean, it's super crisp, we don't have scuffs, we don't have things like that. The carpet looks great. You know, like psychologically, as you enter a space, it changes people's perception of it and all that stuff. So
Presumably, we could take some of this 500K we're putting aside, say
replace the
50 to 100K of it, and put it toward these small scale beautification type projects or things that like are going to be very frontline noticeable, even if they're not
Yeah.
preventing the building from falling
Okay.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll give them room in their budget to do that kind of stuff, you know?
Well, and I do think, to your point, like there is some, broken windows is a terrible term, but like there is some component of that here where like there are things people coming in the door every day notice, and it's not the roof, right?
And we've had people break the windows here.
I think
Bill Brad.
I think it would be good to have, some amount of investment just to show the community what they're getting.
And the front doors, like you were saying, Jen.
Even if it's like a very small amount of the total spending that we're ultimately doing, like a lot of the spending we're doing is going to be things people don't see. So
Yeah.
some investment in the
But
things
some
they
of the
do see.
visibility stuff would be a good thing.
I in my own work, I'm constantly harping on all of that stuff. You know, just the lights are turned on. It seems like people are here. You know, like I'm probably annoying to my coworkers, but like it's important to people's.
No, after the renovation on the second floor, we did also experience heavier use. And so like, it's obvious. I mean, that's how we look at it. It's like, well, there's like 100 more coffee spills than there were before. But that's something we have to address.
Yeah, cleaning the carpet, and, you know, it just like I don't know what you do because like it gets so much traffic in that hallway there, you know. Yeah, and so.
Let's take a break and then we'll come back and talk about a little bit. I mean, I think we've answered some of the questions that I have, but I do want to drill down on some more specifics around to give us a little bit more things for considerations of the budget for.
Is lunch here or not?
No, but do you want to take a break? or do you want to-
Oh,
Yeah,
a little
you
early?
want to
Okay.
Well, I mean, we're late in the schedule, but we're early.
Oh.
Well, do you want to just go, you want to just
But
keep going then?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, especially since it's what time, 11:45, so
Yeah,
we can wait till,
well, we can take,
Yeah.
why don't we just go until lunch gets here and then
that's what,
take a break?
I think that's what we need to do.
So you saw me now. I think we talked about it both continually, but I just want to get kind of a nod of folks around the room about how far we need to go in terms of budget cuts.
When do you want us, so cognizant of the fact we're on public comment today, when do you want a final decision on this? Will it be when we actually approve the budget, or is it prior to that point?
No, yeah, I need guidance right now. Like there's a substantial difference between 10 and 20%. And so I need you to land somewhere kind of with what we're putting together for the budget, because we've been working on the budget since March, but we will be putting together a budget for you for October, which we have to start now. So I need some guidance, like are you all leaning into 18%? Are you leaning into 20? Are you leaning into 15? What are you leaning into? I just need some
I
guidance.
think 15 is the bare minimum.
Yeah.
I think 20 is probably what we should shoot for, cognizant of the fact that when we get into the details, some of that might slip.
Yeah, that's why I asked you before, as a scenario where that's gonna come out.
Yeah.
That does matter.
Yeah.
It's how I look at it. It's, it's a chunk of people, but it's about, we know these patterns that are changing of who's engaging with patrons. And so how you're making that balance of whether it's 18 or 20.
Yeah, well,
We get a little bit better performance. We get happier patrons by staying at 18. And we're a little more of a squeeze on finances. We're at 20, I'd go at 18, but it's kind of what the guys know when they
I think
hear
they're both pretty painful.
They're
either
both pretty
way.
painful, I
Yeah,
know.
either way. But
yeah, so so it bleeds into question 2, right? Like you need to wrap your head around this, and I need you to say yes.
What
Like
page?
there are things that we like, there's good people in them that are doing a good job, and it's somewhat mission driven
Yeah.
or approximate mission driven. And those will be things, some of those things will be slated for discontinuation. Do you understand?
Yes.
Last year in the budget, we had this conversation and we talked about like, dude, every single time it came up, even at the last minute, it's like, oh, people don't lose their jobs. There will be jobs that will be lost. And jobs in some cases that you're gonna think like, oh shit, I didn't think that was gonna be part of it. There is no simple way to do 15, 18% cuts without there being some level of
So that's
loss.
what I'm saying, before I put my And on the number,
The number.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the scenarios of what are we losing that we're gonna, where's the pain points in each of them?
Well,
But it think, and it is like functional goals, not
Yeah.
by person.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about
Yeah.
personnel.
Yeah, so I just wanna make.
I guess maybe the question back to you is, or maybe this was a question for us, what is the criteria you want to use to determine where we're getting the most bang for our buck?
Well, no, like I said, the department heads have been submitting proposals for the past few months. I think there are some things in there that I still have questions about, but they'll all be accepted pretty much if it seems like where we're going. And then there's going to be more than that. And so, in the data analysis that we did, you'll see in this afternoon, right? So we went from being probably the most efficient library staffing wise in the state to now being on the high end of that spectrum. So I think it's possible. Yes, absolutely. I think it's possible. Will the public still be happy? I believe they will be. But will there be noticeable changes? Yes, there will definitely be noticeable changes. So I don't know how to put it any more clearly than that. I mean, the days of like the Home Depot model of customer service are gone, right? So Home Depot's belief was like, just stick a bunch of people out there with orange vests, doesn't matter what they fucking know, and then people will be happy with the customer service rating. So there is a factor that goes into simple quantity, right? So the quantity of staff does make a difference in terms of, it's same as the carpet being cleaned, in the public's perception of how our customer service is. That's an important factor. But we can, but can we make up for it in quality? Can we deliver the services that the public is using? Yes, I believe we can.
So my question, when you were saying that your department heads have been going through it, do they have a 20% cut plan? They don't.
We just.
No, I mean, to a certain extent.
Where are they at?
So the idea would be, right, and there are several other things here on the list, right? So there's a link that we can go to that probably even within that, there's going to be noticeable service impacts. And then in some sense, we are in negotiations. We do want to take into consideration the union's recommendations for how layoffs would occur. I believe that some of those layoffs then may just be that aren't necessarily related to function, primarily functions that we're talking about when we're looking at efficiencies and duplication and underperforming work groups. Those are all functions of the organization. We can look at all those, and that's kind of what we looked at in the analysis. At that point, then you have the potential for early retirement. I believe we don't have an actual number, but it's roughly 16 people eligible potentially for early retirement. There are another 8 or 10 who are eligible by the criteria that we're putting together for potentially an early separation plan. We would offer them some sort of buyout if they voluntarily decided they either wanted to retire or take early separation. That brings the number down perhaps a little bit or gets us further towards the goal. But I think probably even then, we're looking at some layoffs that are just contingent upon like whatever it is we work out in a memorandum of understanding with the union, with ASME to say like this is the next step, right? And so that would be then that several additional people, I don't know how many right now, but would also go, and then we would have to adjust for that. Like so there's something that you plan for. I think we could probably I think we could probably get to 15, I don't know, or 10. Between 10 and 15, then we have retirement and early separation. I don't know what we could plan for there, but you can assume that some people might. And then we have other options as well, which I don't think we have to talk about.
My vote would be, let's shoot for 20, see what kind of service reductions, and if we have to add stuff back in, we can add stuff back in. My thoughts too, I mean, we already talked about para. I don't think you're going to be able to come up with that with this budget cycle, but it's a discussion we need to have. Paid holidays. We have like 17 paid holidays, I believe, or something like that, with the floating holidays. And so I would like personally to see like the winter ones be not paid holidays. And then I think we could think about, either furlough or closing between Christmas and New Year's because it's such a low staff time. We could use the time for cleaning, that kind of stuff. And then like 4th of July and the day before 4th of July, 4th of July, the day after 4th of July, those major holidays where we had just low participation, we furlough or close, around them so that.
Well, closing doesn't save us money. Furloughing does, right? So the difference is, like, if you brought up this up last year.
Yeah.
What if we furlough between Christmas and New Year's? So between Christmas and New Year's, it's 4 or 5 days, maybe. We save on a furlough day, a mandatory furlough.
Well, we save on hourly staff, right?
Yeah, we save on salary too. We would reduce everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody's salary would reduce. It's about $32,000 a day, $32,000 a day. Where I don't know if you intended this, but so when I looked at, when you said, let's furlough Christmas, I was like, then we lose basically 4 holidays, right? So if you were to furlough if we closed after December 23rd, staff lost the Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We all lost Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Then you've got 9 days. Then you're talking $300,000. Then it's starting to add up, right? So that's a mandatory furlough and a loss of 4 holidays. That's a big ask, but that, I think, because otherwise you close 5 days and then you've got 4 days of holiday paid on either side. So we pay to be closed 4 days to the tune of $120,000, and then, but if you fold it all together, you wind up with roughly $300,000 savings. That is, again, that's not gonna happen without us. I mean, we can put that scenario together for you, like I have, right? I try to look at everything. But so essentially, you can decide to do away with the holiday. That's $32,000. You can decide to mandatory put 6 furlough days. That's going to be.
I guess we don't go through all the elaborations. Just let's map it out, I suppose.
Okay. It's roughly $30,000 a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike.
Oh, wait, I had one more.
Yeah.
Sorry, last one. Adult literacy, like non-grant funded positions, or non-grant funded adult literacy programs. Like, it's such a low. I know it's high impact. People are but it's just low touch. We're talking several hundred people a year that are going through that program, for a big cost to the library. I know that's touchy. I'm just saying, it's not particularly core to what libraries do, so it's something I think we should think about or look at.
We'll price that out too. Okay.
I just had a quick comment on holidays, and one of the things that I've been advocating for is that we're open on MLK Day, because I think it's a day of democracy and freedom that should be celebrated, and a library is a great place to celebrate that. And so maybe it is, if we're, losing a holiday, it is that one, so that our libraries would be open and be in service to the public.
Then that doesn't save money.
No, it doesn't.
No, but it changes a holiday though. It reduces a holiday that's there.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that I understand what you need from us, because, Andy, I think you said it, or Doug, you said it. I don't think anything under 10% is a no-go. We cannot be dipping that deeply into our reserve. That will be irresponsible. So I don't think that anybody's considering that unless I'm missing something. I think it's between 15 and 20. For me, if I were to look at it with just a financial eye and making us as conservatively budgeted as possible to withstand future issues that we don't know, like we had this whole discussion on residential, then I would tend to go more towards the 20 side just to make sure that we're in a better financial place. However, to your own point, we really don't know what that means in terms of programs and what exactly are we cutting, not who, but what.
Yes.
Because if you tell us, hey, between 20 and 18%, I cut this program that, hey, not that many people use, but it's going to be a PR thing, or, we just need more information there. At least I feel like I do, to make a better decision between those 3 points.
Yes.
So do we think, just going around the room, are we pretty much all okay with 18 or 20 at this point? I think so. So I think those are the two arenas that we need to look at.
I think the goal of both those would be
the other
to
numbers.
avoid dipping into reserves.
Yep.
The one thing I would be personally comfortable dipping into reserves for would be one-time separation costs, if there was a need to do that.
That's right.
And actually, when we, back a year or so ago, when we were talking about the level of the reserve, I remember specifically speaking to that from my own perspective. Like, if we're going to build this up, we ought to be able to have some transition ability in here. This isn't like.
We really don't know what the cost is.
I think we can talk about it in September with some impact.
Okay, and sorry, to finish, I do think,
Applications are all.
Yeah, but so if you approve of the idea of incentives for early retirement and or early separation, we're ready to send out interest on Monday, right? Tomorrow.
I think we're,
And so then we would get back feedback
yes,
from staff if they had any interest. It's not a commitment.
right.
There are state laws that you have to follow.
Sure.
It's a long drawn out process, and we should have roughly an idea by the time the budget is being decided on.
Do we have to represent something though in that there is an incentive of some nature?
If they have it, we will indicate that there is an incentive. So
But we don't have to describe it at this point in time?
No, we do, yeah. We do.
and so the notion would be, so what the county did last year was they offered anybody who had 15 years of service, I think $3,000 per year of service for the maximum amount articulated. That would be the potential for early separation.
No, that was layoff.
That was layoffs. What was the one for the 15-year? I thought that was $3,000.
No, layoffs was 3,000.
And then the early retirement, what we looked at was the potential for either a balance of a year's
2-year salary for people 15 years or more, 1-year salary for 14 or less, or a flat amount, 100K. You could really choose your number. 100K for about the same, 15 years or more, and then 50K or 75K for 14 or less. 3,000 per year of employment, 3,000 for you were right, sorry. Early separation, which is 15 years or more, but not eligible for retirement. And then layoffs would be 1 week's worth of salary for every year you were employed by the district.
yeah, got it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry, and then I just wanted to say, I think the furlough we have to use carefully, because I think furlough communicates panic, distress,
Yeah.
mess.
Yeah.
So we just have to manage that carefully if we end up thinking about that.
Furlough's a wage cut.
Sorry about the delay.
Yeah, and then I think then if we're gonna panic.
Yeah.
In general, or, we have to take that.
Yeah. It's a way of wage cut. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
On that point, so just a couple of guiding principles here.
Thank you.
Okay, some guiding principles here, at least from where I'm sitting. I would love us to find a way to not just peanut butter these cuts across everything. Like, I think we should be opinionated, and there are things we should cut entirely, and there's probably inversely areas we should be investing more, right? So I think that gets back to where are we seeing the most use? Where do we think we can do the most good? And like a 20% haircut across everything seems counterproductive. I think it's going to be a 100% haircut across some things, and perhaps an increase in some things as well. So I'll defer to you guys on that. At some level, I know we're all emotionally attached to certain things, and it is somewhat useful to understand where those cuts are going to be. But
That is the approach we're taking.
yeah, I think that's the right approach. I think this applies to furloughing as well, right? And like staff in general. I mean, one part of this is we should probably ask the union their preference here, because to us, it's going to be the same amount of money. But my personal preference generally is I would rather invest heavily in a smaller number of staff than ask all staff to have fewer vacation days or lower salaries or things of that variety. And then I think the final point I was going to make, and we're not going to necessarily solve this right now, but I do think we need in the next year to figure out how to make sure our labor costs are not growing faster than our revenue. And as you saw on that graph, that continues to be true. And whether that's looking at the retirement, whether it's looking at healthcare, I don't know, but like that's just an unsustainable position to be in, and I would rather do these cuts now instead of like this being every 2-3 years we have to do this because we're in this position where labor costs are outpacing revenue.
There are several things that obviously we have control over, labor cost and services, in terms of what we get in terms of raises, but then that affects your ability to attract good employees, as does reducing education, right?
Well,
So, but right now, that is totally contingent upon the fact that, revenue is
right. I mean, we're gonna lock into some sort of contractual, you know, and so it's gonna be locked for at least 3 years, so, I guess that's, you know, it takes a lot of the decision out, but that is gonna,
No, any of this, I agree with you, I think any of this, I mean, the furlough is something that would maybe, I don't know how, what the, but for all these things, we apparently, we've already agreed in the formation of the union, we've agreed, we're not changing anything to do with any benefits without consultation, right? So that's we haven't even begun negotiations, but we've already agreed to that.
Sure.
And so none of that can change right away.
Yeah.
I would expect to some extent, you know, I don't know what our rights are with regard to furloughs. I agree with you though, it does send a powerful signal and, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm mindful about the fact that, I mean, we're a little bit distanced from our decision as we're making it because we don't have like the specifics about what's going to be impacted. And maybe when we see what's going to be impacted, we're going to have a harder time getting to that number, although I don't think so. But I'm just mindful that, you know, we're talking about folks and their jobs and their livelihoods. And, you know, like it's not an easy decision to get to this point. But I mean, it's looking at the long term, I just don't see how we avoid it. Like we have to do what's right for the library and the sustainability and success over, you know, the progress of time. And it's going to be hard. And I'm, you know, just kind of wanting to remind us all of that we are talking about people and their jobs and their paychecks and, you know, their health insurance and their retirement. So
Yeah, and I'm not trying to.
yeah, I don't think you are.
I'm not
No,
trying to
I
cover
don't
my
think you
ass
are.
or anything.
No.
I do believe we made the right decisions given the information that we had in
Totally.
2024 and
Totally.
2025,
And
right?
no, don't regret it.
Those were,
Yeah.
a lot of the programs we
Yeah.
instituted at that time were things that the city never funded, right?
Yeah.
And so we may be back looking at some of those things that we decided to fund that we thought would be a good idea for the library and we can no longer afford.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying the program failed, it was a bad
Right.
idea.
Oh,
none
yeah.
of that. I'm just saying,
Absolutely.
like, we may not be able to afford it.
I mean, if we could, we would maintain all of that if we could, right? But we just can't.
Had our expectations about
Yeah,
the
yeah.
economy been right and 50
Abs-
years of history,
That's right.
we wouldn't be having any of these conversations.
True.
The only thing, we haven't talked much about this here, but as we think about the impact on programs, I think we should also make sure that we're considering the impact of AI. And if regularly we would have to cut half of this program because we just can't maintain it or whatever, maybe AI helps us cut a lot less. So that is something that I would expect you guys to make sure that you're incorporating is not only, you know, the one-to-one of staff equals program cuts, but also how can we use technology to maybe gap some of that?
Yeah, all these things are relevant, right? Like, so just some basic stuff, right? Like, so you see the metrics and the data, like the percentage of staff we have per question is like more than double almost any other library in the state. That's partly a reflection of the fact that the questions have been going down. And that, I think, where AI comes into play is really just how the public's habits change. Less to do necessarily with us, but we have to adjust to the public habit. Like we can't continue to put tons of money into staff to answer questions when we're not getting the same kind of questions that we used to, right?
Right.
The same is true for public computing use, right? So public computing use has dropped precipitously since the pandemic. I mean, it's not a surprise. Almost everybody has a phone. And those that don't, some of them come to the library to use them, but most of them don't. Most of them don't come to the library just because they don't have a phone. It's, you know, so I think there's some reassessment we have to do based on how patterns of use have changed. And I think, you know, that's hard, right? It's hard for an organization to say like, wow, the public just totally shifted and now we have to change. But it's a necessary kind of step. So I think some of the changes we can make without it hurting the public dramatically, we will have to have some hard conversations. And I think I'm repeatedly reminded by managers about this notion, there's a digital divide. Well, the digital divide is very true. Like it exists in our society and certainly in our world. But the difference in that divide between America and some other place, where that might be profound. Within our own country, it's not, within our own town,
Right.
it is not as dramatic as it is throughout the rest of the world. So we cannot also stand on like ideology around like, there's these things that we have to do without unpacking. And I think that's a harder process still, because librarians, like any other part of society, we drink the Kool-Aid, and there are certain things that we build our libraries around. Public computing is one that we've built up for the past 30 some years.
Right.
It's a hard pill to swallow to say like, wow, usage has dropped by 65% in 5 years and shows no sign of coming back.
Yeah.
Like that's a hard pill to swallow, right? But it's adjusting to a lot of those different things. Browsing, people aren't coming to the library to browse as much as they used to. That's a profound shift.
Going back to these questions, I think they're all answered then.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful that we can get half or more of these cuts through voluntary separation. Like, we'll see. I mean, it sounds like what you are proposing is very, like, my company is much less, like, I don't think, I'm talking people there 30 years, early retirement, they get 6 months. So, like, that's what you're proposing, it seems higher, but go ahead.
Yeah, but I would be very concerned about putting, like, those numbers that you shared there out there. You know, it just.
They're just starting points. You can tell us you want something different.
Personally, I think having good severance packages and good separation incentives is beneficial to us in the long run.
It's going to be
a lot of people. We have to make it nice.
It's a one-time cost.
And if you're, it's going to be better than the alternative for the person. And they can choose their exit, and so I do think that, I think if you went to my company and gave people a year or 2 years, like, we would have a mass exodus of people. But
But actually, that goes to my point, because, so I think the thing we have to also remember, David and I have talked about this before, is if you work for the library, it's generally not just a job to you. There is a mission related to that. There is a part of your identity. So, like, it's not just a job for most of the employees here. It's a part of.
I guess the one thing with voluntary separation is we don't necessarily control where those, like, what areas those people leave from. So we're going to have to, again, it's not just a uniform cut. We're going to need more staffing in some areas than others, I assume.
And a lot depends on where you want to see the payback. So if every single person who was eligible took it, we're probably talking $1.8 million. I don't think everybody will take it. I don't know anybody who will take voluntary separation for precisely the reasons that Sylvia mentioned. But, so we're probably much less than that. But then the part of it that probably conditions who is eligible is how quickly do you want to save this money back? Like, so for instance, I just make it up. What if we offered this and like every single day porter is eligible and they all retire? We have to hire the day porters.
Right.
We can't say we're not gonna, I just don't know, it's not strategic.
When we do it is not like that. When we've done it at my company, the only people that we are going to fully eliminate the position, we allow to accept it. So
if we're not willing to fully eliminate the
because if you're not, you don't get the savings if you got to hire that person back.
It probably would be, I would agree with that. We will not some understanding of, like, again, if we're going to invest more in makerspace, it doesn't behoove us to pay makerspace.
So we would send it out, people would apply, and then we would go through and say, sorry, we're not going to eliminate, like, because you have to eliminate the position for a year.
It's not going to be 10 people then.
So, I mean, you would say they can apply, and then you can say no or yes or no.
Yes.
That's what I mean. Like,
but if we're not going to cut the position, it's likely not going to be attractive to 10 people of that list. So.
I don't know.
Are you saying that the people why would you are most likely to take this are the ones that we would actually, or that are positions we want to keep?
Some of them, yeah.
No, at least some. I'd have to go back and look at the list, but the day porters, an example. Like, if a day porter left, I can't foresee a way that we could just say, like, we're not going to have that for a year. We don't have that many of them.
you know, and
Oh,
they've
we haven't
been
even been
here.
here 15 years.
Yeah.
None of them have been here for 15 years, you're right, so, maybe a bad example. Let's look at the data.
Yeah.
So is it your intent, let's just get clarity, right? Is it your intent that if we paid out money for early retirement or early separation, that those jobs would remain vacant indefinitely? Is that your intent?
Because the only other cost savings is hiring someone more junior to replace them.
Perhaps.
I mean, it depends on that cost savings, but that's my preference would be,
Yeah.
you're gonna restructure, you're restructuring, because that's a permanent savings.
I would say you
Yeah.
commit to it at least a year, ideally restructure period, but at least a year, because there might be some areas that you want to step back if next year all of a sudden we have a gigantic uptake.
Yeah, year to 3, yeah, would be mine.
And you're saying that you'd be ready to send something out?
Well, I have to send
Expression of
information
intent.
Okay.
for the union to look over before we issue it to staff. So yeah, and if we wanna give them time to review the offers and file for their interest, that we're looking at mid-September. And the interest doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna accept it or we're gonna accept it, so we won't actually know hard numbers until like October when we're coming to you with the budget.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about initial communication. I guess I would like to see what is there. I mean, and I think the board should see like what is, sort of the offering or what this communication even looks like, right?
What I told you is what we're considering. If you want something different, then we can do that.
I think we defer to David and Jennifer on coming up with a package that they think is workable here.
But you could send it to us.
I would just like to be aware of it.
Yeah. What you're offering.
It's like, I think that's
Yeah, I think
an effort that should include the board in that way. We should be
Well,
communicated with.
we certainly can. We'll send you, we're about the same thing that we send to the AFSCME, to the union, to say like, this is what we're considering.
Yeah, I think that's.
I mean, one of the things too is if a person submits for early retirement and you're like, hey, we're not gonna restructure this position, we're not gonna get rid of this position, it gives them some thought that when you go through layoffs, that their position's probably going to be, it may not 100%, but like, that you're not going to cut this position because you already deemed it uneligible for early retirement. So there's some safety in that discussion because it's not part of the restructuring.
I think it's as you send this out and go through the process, a potentially smart thing to do would be to have each manager speak to, people we don't, like, we are incredibly high performing, incredibly critical, like something about them we need to make sure to keep them, like Borders would be a great example, just to reiterate how much we value them and how great of a job they've been doing. Like, I think that would be a helpful consideration for people to know that their role is incredibly important. And things, not that every role isn't, but I just want to make sure that there's some conversations that are had before this goes out, and then we start losing all the positions we need to replenish, or all the people that are doing amazing.
Yeah, I don't know how we can do that either, honestly. We've talked to, we've read all the laws. I don't know that we can go to people and say like, we want you to stay, or that we
No,
want you to
never. No, never in those words.
It is a voluntary program. I agree with Andy that it's not strategic. I think we're there, but we have to do this in order to make.
So neither are, to some extent, like I said, we can get to 10 to 12% in all likelihood strategically. We're counting on some more to get to whatever percent based on early retirement and so we can probably accommodate for the early retirement and or early separation. Even still, to get to 20%, we're talking about layoffs that we're both basically, it is a negotiation. We have to work through with the head. And if we don't know what those guidelines will be, but if there's further, that also will not necessarily be in our strategic best interest. It certainly isn't in our strategic best interest to lay off the last people that were hired. They were all gun barrel, right? Like everybody at gun barrel, like that doesn't make any sense, right? So we have to work through with the AFSCME, the union, to determine what is the best process by which we can do these layoffs. And then we'll have to figure out how to accommodate them. I think it is now that we're at 18 to 20%, we definitely have to consider all these options. I think including whole groups or furloughs or para, like all of those things have to be within our grasp to be considered. And perhaps, I want you to at least entertain the idea that because I'm just now thinking right now, and I'm generally a slow cooker, but it may be a 2-year plan, right? We may have to lay out a 2-year plan for how to get this thing straight. I don't know. I want to put some options on the table because the para thing is a big dollar.
I think that's very
One
likely.
of the things
That was my
about
original.
that,
Sorry.
I mean, back to her graphs, I mean, we're showing this bump up, 28.
There's no bump up in 28. But what we're really
Well, we're
seeing,
showing a bump up in
Revenue?
revenue. We're showing a bump up in residential revenue, but it's like
No,
that.
that's value. It's not
that's
revenue.
value. It's,
Okay.
so that is the gist of this morning's presentation. Like, I don't know, but you guys are welcome to disagree with me at this point. We are saying that we're 10 months away. We're 10 months away from the assessor turning in his final report that will determine our revenue for 28 and 2029. It was easy in 2025 in October for us to say, like, maybe 2028 will be better. There are no indications that 2028 is going to be better. And that's the reason why we're here today, in some ways, is the realization that we're not going to get bailed out by 2028, maybe not getting bailed out by 2030. And that is where wishful thinking and hope, which is a perfectly normal
I wasn't arguing
belief.
that. I was saying for
No,
people to be.
we're not
Well,
seeing
David, we've reset the financials.
Yeah.
So we need to reset the financial.
I
Okay,
absolutely.
so I don't, like, if you reset those financials again, we'll reset the budget. That's just the way it works.
We're not gonna see a bump in
Yeah,
2028.
no, I know that. I was worried about that data being misinterpreted by the union or otherwise. That's where I was going with it.
Yeah, I think.
But you said we might have to do this over 2 years instead of 1.
Yeah.
That's what popped in my head.
I want to double click on that 2-year thing because that was my original question as to if we expect the savings to be in 27. Because sometimes when I've seen something like this done, we get to the point where the budget makes sense. We would perhaps could or would get a little bit further to be not in reserves, etc. But then we can allow that certain percent to be more attrition based, and that becomes a lot less painful. And so there might be a different combination of things you do, but I do think that there could be a great potential to do this that takes not just 1 year, but like a year and a half or 2 years to execute.
I would say that there is something to be said for ripping the Band-Aid off once and quickly.
I agree.
First ripping this off.
But mostly what I was thinking about in the 2 years was the making para a work plan item.
Sure.
And then also that the payoff from early retirements might not be realized we haven't done the calculations yet. It's hard for me to do the calculations and see the payoff for an early retirement for 12 months. And so I'm wondering if that's more like 18 months that we see the benefit of having made that large payment out
Money.
in order to get to the point where we're back on track.
I personally would like, this is my personal thing is, once the budget's approved and the thing is locked in, we make the cuts in 26. And then we give the savings in some of them it's on 27. We'll give it to the budget in 27. We'll take the cost in 26.
Yeah, there could be some cost savings in 26. I want to clarify one other thing before we're done. We'll eat lunch. There's been a lot of talk among people in the organization about how do we go about notifying the public of this, right? And so I believe I've heard you loud and clear for months, and it's my feeling as well. We are not asking the public to bail us out. We just went to the public 4 years ago for a tax increase. We got that tax increase. And now it is our intent to live within our means, even though our means are declining, right? We are not going back with a plea to the public to say, like, can you, like the city is doing or the county is doing, can you bail us out of this? We have to figure out a way to manage within the operational revenue that we get annually.
Is that fair?
Yes.
That's exactly correct.
I do think it's fair to point out that we would like it if the state would stop cutting everybody's property taxes in ways
Obviously.
that hurt us. But I think it's fair for us to say, like, look, we're working to operate within the money we have.
Yeah, that's been our practice so far, so.
You know,
Why would we change?
the narrative, I get that narrative.
And we're not gonna say
I also don't feel it's easy to just point a finger and blame our legislature.
Oh, yeah.
Taxes, I mean, property values went up obscenely, an obscene amount over a very short period of time. They made what they felt, they may have overreacted, right? We may be overreacting with this. I'm not that, you know, we have to make a plan forward. But like, let's don't get overconfident that we're absolutely right. I don't know, I think the legislature overreacted. They put in things to ratchet down the costs that taxpayers bore, maybe to get reelected, but maybe because they saw a systemic problem, right? And I believe they did that with the best intent. It had an ill effect that the state is feeling, the county is feeling, we're certainly feeling, the city is feeling, everybody's feeling that ill effect, I do believe. Maybe they change it again, that's fine. We're making also a lot of big assumptions here, and they are based on, you know, the best data we have. But I'm not ready to say like I'm 100%. I know this is certain, right? We may be overreacting as well. Dropping from an expectation of a 4% revenue increases, 50 years of revenue that beat inflation,
Right.
to saying like we're not. That's a major jump that we're making, and I feel confident that it's the right thing to do for the next 3 to 5 years. But I'm not confident beyond that. 3 to 5 years is about the best guess. If things turn around in 2030, great. That'll be awesome. Then we can all be back to talking about building a new Carnegie or a new archive. But like at present, the decisions we're making are having an effect. They will have an effect on both the public's perception of the library. They will have an effect on people's lives, their people's jobs, all those things will happen. I need you to know that now. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's a really helpful perspective, David. The additional piece, and you're probably already thinking this because I know you're really good with communication. We need to have some sort of verbiage that gives some of this background because it's gonna go out no matter what we do, and it's gonna, you know, how it's painted, it could change dramatically. And what I've heard in my own groups that I am in the library with different staff has been that that, you know, what were we doing? How do we even plan this? Like we overspent and now we're having to, you know, people are having to pay for it. Like I think we need to make sure that we get ahead of the verbiage and the communication and that we say everything that you just said. Hey, you know, what changed? The property values, what changed? The legislature, like all the things of factual information, it needs to be incredibly clear and continuously communicated. Otherwise people are gonna overlay it with like who's to blame and why are they to blame without all the information. So that needs to be once the communication with the union happens. I think there could be an alignment on what that communication mission strategy should be. But it should be somewhere, it should be clear, it should be, you know, front loaded.
In the past we did like two trustees all staff meeting or whatever. We can do that again. You know, and you could be grilled.
Yeah.
Have a struggle session.
We could, let's leave that open.
Yeah.
Like, so we are entering into negotiations, it's a very different landscape. than it was
Yeah.
3 or 4 years
That's
ago.
true.
And I do want to, I mean, I'm hopeful. I believe those negotiations are going well. I with open mind.
I guess you're right.
We
With
have
the
that
union, we have to go to the
negotiating
union.
partner.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
I think it's great that they may want to talk to you and give you an earful, like, that's fine, but or talk, like, in a sense, we have parameters now.
Right, you're right. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I forgot about that. I didn't realize that.
We have to get used to that new change, so,
Interim.
yeah. Yes.
Middle person. Yeah.
Okay, I think some people want their lunch.
Yeah, let's see.
Are we pausing the recording or
I mean,
are we doing business through lunch?
so are we
I got
done
all-
with this piece or do we need to continue?
My hope is that by this afternoon, we're shifting into the strategic planning discussion. I mean, some of the stuff comes back, but it's like, you know, it's all informative of one outcome, but I think we can pause for a bit.
So maybe if we pause until Is 15 minutes well enough? 30 minutes?
Yeah.
How about
Let's go to
one?
one.
So to 1, okay. All right.
Thank you guys very much.
You have a lease?
Well, I have to go I left my dog outside.
Oh.
And I was like, in my backyard, but
Oh.
I just, at home.
Shift in direction. But not entirely, right? So, we did, in the course of March, April, through June, extensive community engagement and extensive data analysis in anticipation of building out the strategic plan. I shared some of the work with Tom and Nina, who recommended that we, rather than me deriving conclusions from some of that data and the community feedback that we got, rather just to bring the packet to the board and we could talk about a lot of different things. I initially said, well, can we, come up with some broad goals as an outcome? But I think where we landed, and Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, was really that we would kind of really narrow it into topics. So it kind of, and I'm fine with this, right? So in our mind, like we get caught on a deadline and we're thinking like, we got to be done with this plan by November. We probably lose 2 or 3 months, but I think we can gain quite a lot by taking the time to work through some of the really raw comments and some of the digested stuff from the consultant to get an impression of where the board is with regard to what we need to do with the strategic direction. As we talked about back in whenever it was, March, January, February, whenever we were plotting out the strategic plan, the unstated priority number one for our strategic plan over the next 3 years is to get our money right. And so we spent all morning talking about getting our money right. We knew that was going to be a topic. One of the other topics that we knew would be coming up was around programming and communications, which was also identified and excerpted out from by the interviews that we did. And it's just one of those things that programming, we have such high numbers across the board on a lot of different things, and communications came out in the 2018 plan is, the same stuff. Like, you're not doing a good enough job telling us what we do, and so we knew that that was going to be a topic for this year. I've read through most of the documents now a bunch of times. I was on the data committee. I'm impressed at the work that the consultant did for us for dimes. She did nice work for us to put the packet together. I love the document with the 11 questions. I hope we can use some of that today. But I wanted the impact stories. I read that 4 times, like in the first week that I got it. And I think what it made me kind of realize is that all of our aspirational goals in some ways are coming true. And in ways that we can barely imagine, right? We can barely imagine the impact that the public library has on the lives of people in our community. And so I do want to draw attention to that. I'm not sure what to make necessarily of all the impact stories that we had, but I read it in a way like, wow, pretty powerful information.
David, I think it'd be helpful for you to share with the rest of the board what you share with us, which was regarding the consultant that designed and run this thing, the staff that did all these interviews.
Yeah, the staff, primarily from the leadership team and a couple of, somebody from our HR department, another person from another management level staff person did a ton of these interviews. So it represents, I don't know, a little over 150 hours of interview time. That was predominantly, those interviews were done by the cohort in the leadership cohort for the library, which is a number of employees across all parts of the organization that have signed up for a 2-year leadership program within the library. They did a great job. I initially said, oh my God, Tom, you got to listen to some of these interviews, but we promised the interviewees that the data would be extracted from the moment it happened and we wouldn't be perpetrating. But I listened to a bunch of the interviews, not 150 hours of interviews, but the level of how articulate these people are in talking about their passion towards the library was kind of astonishing to me. It was and the library staff did such a great job with continuing to apply these questions. So the template for this afternoon, for the next hour or so, was really, I think, some broad impressions. I think I would like for you all to have a discussion. Obviously, from my vantage point, I would love to have some more refined thing that we could say, like, hey, we definitely need to work on this, so that we can start refining some goals for the strategic plan. The strategic plan that we're aiming toward, which is always a little bit funny when you know what you're aiming toward before you actually get started. We did not want to do a prescriptive plan like we did with the city for 15 years. We talked about that back in February. We wrote, I don't know, Jennifer wrote 100 and some pages. I fired 2 or 3 consultants in the course of the process because we had a product that we knew we had to produce for the city. The goal for this plan really is kind of to basically define an outline. We're not going to be highly prescriptive like in the 2018 plan. I think we had like 53 goals, stated things, what we're going to achieve, all the different things that are going to come out of it. That is not the intent. It's not originally the intent as we embarked upon this one. Am I doing okay, Colin? Well, I think I really kind of want to throw it open just to see what kind of, we can talk about either one, the data or the engagement, but I want to kind of throw it open to see what ideas you guys have.
I'll tell you my 3 kind of follow-ups, and this is fantastic. I thought the consultant did a great job. I agree with you. I think the quotes were particularly touching and lovely and amazing. I think it was nice to see the balance between all the data and like more of a subjective stuff. So I thought that was awesome. A lot of this, the volunteering and partnership with strategic partners, that's you guys. I don't want to touch that, but there's 3 areas that I think we have a huge opportunity in. The first one is communication. So, and I experienced this myself. I even gave my computer to my husband, who is, intelligent, smart, and I'm like, find out what the Canyon Theater is showing this week. And it took him a long time to find I think the website needs. The events at least need a chat box. I think there was a suggestion in here. We need something to make it easier for people to find what we do. That is my overarching, topic is we communicate in a lot of different sort of spasmodic ways, but we don't have an easy way for people to find out what we're doing already, use the programs that we have already, and do it in a way that meets them where they are. So let me give you an example. I think, if we talk about Meadows, a lot of people 60 plus that are coming in and out, they're grabbing their books, they're heading out. A lot of them are printing out the receipt, right? Is there an opportunity to list what we have going on that week, right? Is there an opportunity for us to be advertising at the rec centers of what we got going on, flyers or QR codes, etc.? Like, how do we meet people in the communication style they like and have? I will tell you the Instagram account, which should be probably like the middle-age kind of group, millennials, middle-age, feels like, and forgive me, but it feels like it's run by a boomer, like just very not friendly, easy, hips, we don't have a really good footprint in Instagram stories or TikTok. Like, I think our communication could use an overhaul. Yeah. And we need to think about who we're trying to communicate with and how they want to be communicated with, because the people coming in and out of Meadows to grab a book are going to be different than the people that are coming to the children's story. And what they like is going to be different. I don't want to necessarily hear about all the children's stories going on, right? That's completely irrelevant to where I am in my life. But I would love to hear about some of the stuff that I'm interested in, the groups and that. So I think there's such a huge opportunity there. We already you are doing these programs already. You are doing amazing stuff. And if there's anything that was consistent in here, is that people don't know. They just don't know what we do. So that's the first thing. To me, the second thing, this is more of like my personal experience, but I also read it here. The makerspace, the meeting rooms, consistently, I'm going to say befouled by people that don't show up. Like, that is such a huge opportunity, low-hanging fruit for us, because they are so highly contested. People want to be there. They're desperate to get those spots. And then these people don't show up, and there's no consequence, and there's no problems. Like, and people are looking at the meeting room. There's nobody there, right? Do I go in? Like, I think we have these assets. We have an opportunity to use them more fully. And what does that mean? You know, it could be fees, it could be that we post like it's empty or closed in the meeting rooms, and if the person doesn't show up, so it's empty. Like we have to think about how do we use the things that we have better, more thoroughly. And then the third piece is AI. I think we still have an opportunity to think about how do we incorporate AI into how we offer, how we communicate, like just making it easier for people to find information, making it easier for them to find these events. You know, we are having the checkout things, like how can we communicate, use AI to communicate as people are checking out, like to show them events or books or whatever it is. Like I think AI is just such a low-hanging fruit here for us. So those are my 3 takeaways.
I cried a little bit when I read some of the impact statements. I just thought they were so moving. Yeah, and I'm definitely in agreement on the communication piece. But I mean, also just thinking about like what we do, like I'm always trying to think about like, you know, we're very much in the mode of like, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? And I sometimes think we forget about like, you know, this is evidence that our library is very successful. And, you know, we should also be celebrating that as well.
You know, this is not my area of expertise, so I mean, I'm glad. I see this as more of a staff and library document, you know, to build off of, you know, and like I don't want us as a board to like limit what we do, you know. So I think it's great. I'm a library user, but I'm more of a just passive user. I just sit in here and sometimes I go check out books and stuff. I don't go to a lot of programming, so I do some, but like that's the thing. But I know that's important to some people. So I would say, you know, this is all, it looks great, and I would like to see like what it means from an actual standpoint. I thought we are updating the website, right? At some point?
It is a plan item this year, and actually, the calendar, we'll be using AI. So that is an element. We ultimately are responsible for putting all the data in, but I think it is both has an AI component to it. We'll be probably constantly scraping and getting the data, as the web page is now. Right? If you can ask AI what's happening at Novo today, how many story times are at Novo today, it'll not only tell you what is happening, what time, and everything like now with AI.
Yeah,
And you just say Novo, not Novo, but the library.
Yeah.
If you have the location turned on and you say,
yeah. I mean, I think like just what people are doing nowadays, and then maybe not older people, but like young people, especially, like I think that's their first place they go to ask questions about things. They have ChatGPT or, I mean, I've just been part of a giant study of my work to like look at, and I'm like, just in the last 6 months, the way people have just changed how they're even interacting with like search. It's like, they have a question, the first place they're going is to Copilot now. You know, like if they're like wondering what somebody means in a meeting, they're like, you know, and it's like giving them. So I do think that is a recommend a book kind of thing on the website. Like, you know, I think like that would be a good thing to look at on the website.
that's not a decision we made so far. I think it will be one that we're faced with soon. But like we have all kinds of blocks on the ability for AI to scrape any data from our ILS, right? So it doesn't get to see both the items we own or the patrons who are here or want to check out. That's been a decision based primarily on, you know, privacy.
No, but I think like,
but you're right.
People are like, I liked reading this book, and I like reading, but recommend me a book like that. I mean, that's something I'm sure they're going to ChatGPT for right now.
Well,
You know.
the library tries to do that on social media. Like that is one of the main things they post is tell us what you read last or what you liked last, and we'll, you know, recommend a couple of books for you. It is, they're trying to do
It is an area we're gonna need to be smart about, though. I mean, to your point, like there's tensions here, right? Like we don't want all of the bots just scraping the entirety of the Carnegie collection because it costs a lot of money to do that, and B, if someone's gonna monetize that, it should probably be us, not OpenAI.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
But the flip side of that is like, yeah, on the website itself, you want a chatbot to be able to read the calendar and deliver results that are relevant to folks. So I think, then to your point, I mean, the AI stuff more generally is always going to fall into this camp, right? Like for content discovery, I mean, for like factual content discovery, like, yeah, maybe it's a great tool. But like other things, like there's just a very fine line to walk here where if we're not careful, we're going to fall on the wrong side of the, and now we just have AI slopped the library in a way that like the backlash is here already. And in many ways, we're on the good side of that backlash, and we should just make sure we stay on the good side of that backlash.
We're the alternative. We're seen as the alternative, and I think we want to be able to embrace that. I think one of the things I thought about going through this again. So I keep thinking, as a district and as a board, the gap in our core customer are young kids and their parents. And then we get this window where kids become adolescents and they are encountering a lot of problems in terms of belonging, connection, et cetera. Do we have something to offer in that space, right? We know the teen center upstairs has got marginal value. I read this and I think, well, it's not the board for us to figure out. I mean, we've got all, it's taking like this document to the, some committee of your staff, you picking the people who are working across, between collections and community, et cetera, that are somewhere engaging with young people, saying, what should we be doing more of? And coming back to us with that. Like with a number of these things, I think that's what this document to me says has value. For you is to engage, and again, because you use staff creatively to create it, go to them and say, let's take, tension number 9, what does it mean to be a community center? I'd be really interested to hear what your staff would come back to say to us, that this is what we could do more of to be seen as a community center. And and then again, just in the storytelling, this idea that the younger you are, there's this, it's about the space, and the older you are, it's about the program. Not a lot of people say it's the art of the book.
For as long as I would like to hear other people's ideas. So, for as long as I've been in libraries, that episodic use of public libraries has been true, right? So there's peak usage when you're a parent with small children, it drops off, then it comes back when either you have kids or you're in college studying or school studying, and then kind of goes away again when your life gets really busy, and then you come back to the scene. That's never changed, right, for me. I've been in libraries, urban libraries, where maybe because of the demographics, maybe just because of the economics of those communities, where teen usage was off the charts, right? I don't know of a suburban library, and we are in some sense a suburban library in Colorado where teen usage is high. I think everybody looks at it and says like, and I frankly have gotten to the point where I'm thinking like, are we trying to push a rock? What are we doing? Because for all the things we've done, teens' lives, and especially in an affluent suburb, are heavily pre-programmed. They have not since the pandemic. Those years between 13 and 17 or whatever are not typically going out without being accompanied by a parent in some cases. So I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. Like I read these people say like, you need to create a teen center. Like you need a teen center. I don't know if it's not like the same kind of thing as like you need swimming lanes at the pool. Like it's just like it's one of these things that's a refrain that's been repeated so many times, and yet we've had one and the numbers aren't necessarily good. And I don't know of another library in Colorado.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I'm just saying, are there people, if you were going to try to get other ideas, get them, let's see what they are.
Yeah, I agree. I think that I rather get more of the parents of kids in here than go after the teens are very, very difficult to get. I have 2 of those. Like I think we have a much higher reason to win, a higher reason to attract and retain people that have kids. So instead of kind of going after this group that's incredibly hard, doesn't really want to be here, why don't we consider going after more of the parents with kids, and bring them in here, or having the 50 plus do more programs, like just really focusing on the things that we do well already and just getting more people in here.
I will say, just from anecdotally, we get more teens at the branches than we get in the main center. When I go to Gun Barrel, when I go to Reynolds, there's teens sitting around just playing games or watching the computer, or whatever. I see a lot more teens there than I do down here. Also have 2 teens. I think if we ban teens from the main
Fair.
library,
You can
we'd
ban.
probably get a ton of teens.
Then they'll
to
come.
So if I tell them to do it, it's like, it's just like what's cool and that. But anyway, I agree with what Lisa said. Like, let's focus on the things that are where people are already coming in.
And I don't wonder, you brought up passive uses, which is what we call them. I don't think it's a very good term for passive use of the library. People who just come into the library to hang out and use copies of business, right? And I don't wonder if we aren't attempting to do far more hand-holding for teens than they actually want. And in fact, they are heavy passive users and don't necessarily want, like you, they don't necessarily want anything from us. And we're probably over-determining our hand by saying, like, don't you want to play this cool whatever thing? Or how about if we get together and listen to music? Or watch our
Teens, there might be some of that stuff, like for 10 and 11-year-olds. I think those are the people I've seen in the teen center. But like the cafe is a huge success.
Yes.
How do we expand its usage?
Yes.
It's maybe,
I'm at the space side of it, right? So in this past week, I came across 2 different programs in different parts of the country that are Gen Z, and they're Gen Z book clubs.
Yeah.
They're not reading the same book. They're just going to the same space to read.
Like a silent reading club.
Yeah, and
those are big
because they're looking to find, to not be alone. They have these challenges about connecting and conversing and blah, 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 but to be there has this value.
The places that came across to me in this survey, it's always been a component of public libraries, but I don't know if it comes, I've never read an evaluation series of surveys where it came across so strongly. I think that's a change, honestly, in public libraries, that a lot of people, I think even public libraries got caught up in the transactional nature of the public library and all the performance metrics and all those other kind of things that we were obsessed with, making sure those went up every year. In fact, now what we're seeing is like a lot more people who are just coming here. Our performance metrics may be dropping, but the usage rates are relatively steady. And I don't so for the passive reading group or the silent reading club, is it something we sponsor? Or is it something if somebody comes and says, we want to do that here, and we say, sure, why not? People in all kinds of shit. That's the hard thing, is we can spend a lot of staff time and a lot of staff energy trying to organize a silent reading club for Gen Z people. But the fact is, you can do it now.
Or we can use social media to say, here are all the best chairs in the library.
Yes.
Right? And then Doug doesn't sit.
Well, I don't use that upstairs space, but if people tend to love it.
There's a connection.
I sat there before. It's too hot. We gotta get new HVAC.
Oh my gosh.
So one of the things that Lisa brought up about the communication is all the stuff that we do, right? So it's not, I think there's a partly an absence of us communicating a strong central message. For communicating all the things we do, I think of that more as like marketing or advertising, right? And I don't know that we do a great job of it, but I think people are still lost. And so, in a sense, we've been trying to do things for the entire time I've been here, decades, and trying to better inform people of all the things we do. One of the things we've not stopped to analyze is like, why are we doing all these things, right? And that's a different question entirely. I think that's one that we probably need to analyze and unpack for the strategic plan. I've mentioned at the council meeting, like our program numbers are the highest in the state and have been since 2000 when the state first started measuring program attendance. What we didn't say is like, we also do more than twice as many programs as any of the other peer library of our size. In some cases, 4 times the amount of programs as peer libraries of our size. Our program attendance in those programs is frequently lower than what other area libraries may get. And it could be just a simple case of like duplication and saturation. Like we have in 2025, I think we did on average 13 programs a day at Boulder Public Library District. That's a lot of fucking programs. Like, and there's bound to be some duplication. And I believe it's the intent of the program team next year to begin looking at it in more themed terms. I think that is just an evolution of the public library that we do need to think about. How do we thematize more centrally, like what it is about the library that we're doing? And then the experiment that happened last year, really by necessity, we elected to cut the staffing for the theater in half as a budget consideration. They got busy and, reinvented all the rules, and then also had more heavily focused on community-based programs rather than staff-based programs. And so far what we're seeing, it's only been about 6 or 8 months, but we're seeing nearly double the attendance for community-based community-sponsored programs than staff-sponsored programs. So that's an interesting conundrum, right? Staff, quite frequently, it's one of their favorite parts of the job to design a program and deliver a program. And yet what we're seeing with the one example, and one example that's only been going on for about 7 or 8 months, is that the community-based programs that are coming in are getting twice the attendance. And so, which is with a much lighter lift from staff, we facilitate that process because it's the theater and there's requirements. But this goes back to kind of the heart of the 2018 plan, where what we said we were about was people, place, and platform, right? So obviously people's pretty obvious, place is pretty obvious. The platform was really how do we create a place for the community to come and do what they want? Not for us to do what we think the community wants, but how do we create a space where the community can come and do what they want? Which is only slightly different in language, but absolutely totally different in conception about how we work. And I do think that that's probably another thing that we probably need to explore in this next strategic plan is how we better leverage not just community partners, anybody in the community, to be able to come in and do the kinds of programs that they want. It does change staff's jobs, maybe changes their level of satisfaction. We haven't heard that from the theater staff, but I should imagine it has an impact on how they perceive their jobs.
I think this is a theme we kind of see throughout here as well. You mentioned the theater, it's true. We've seen maybe the failure of this in the teen space, but like it's always been true to libraries to some extent. Like our job is not to induce demand. Our job is to provide for the needs of the community. And right now our job is to do that with a limited amount of money, which on some level is always going to be our job. So I think that's what's most interesting to me in this is like, where are we doing that well? Where can we do it better? Where are we doing it in ways that are just not justifying the costs that they have associated with them? And like, this is tricky. It's all going to be judgment calls, but I think that is something we're going to need to lean into. And especially with the growing use of like the spaces and stuff, I think it really is about how do we provide the community with the resources they need to do the things they want to do, and less about how do we tell the community what they should want to do.
I think you made such very important points just now. I want to say those back to you because in a year where we're going to have to make changes to programs, probably cut or adjust or reduce, making sure that the ones that we have are better attended might soften the blow significantly to our community and for our community, where if you already have 2 to 4 times as many programs, getting people to attend those programs or moving those to partnerships will feel like we are offering more, even though it's the same or less, right? Because if you have a lot of programs that are lightly attended and you grow each one by 20%, let's make a number up, then all of a sudden the community feels like there's so many more programs because now they hear about them or they're attending more or we're doing a better job with the communication. I think that is a critical piece of this year's how do we execute, whether it be through partnerships, because I agree, when I looked at Kenyon, I remember you telling us and the door that we decreased 50%. I was expecting that schedule to be very light, and it was packed. So there's definitely an opportunity there to shift towards towards, external partnership programming, but also to make sure that our communication is effective at getting people to the ones that we have.
Somebody else had a hand.
Yeah, I mean, we have a form where people can submit like community partnership like requests or whatever. And I don't know like how many of those now are currently being accepted versus rejected.
I would accept most.
What's
I
that?
think we accept most.
Most of them? Okay. But I mean, I think
Depending on what they're asking for, right?
Yeah. What's that?
Oh, for sponsorships.
Sponsorships, yeah.
Or whatever we call it. I don't know, I don't think we call it sponsorships anymore. If you want access to meeting rooms or something.
Yeah, or yeah, like but
Reoccurring use. It's never.
Reoccurring use. Oh, no, yeah, we dropped the term sponsorship. Yeah.
okay. But like if I don't know, a community organization is like, oh, I don't know how many that submitted that we like accept or not. I don't know. I don't know if that's part of this shifted paradigm of community-based programming versus staff-based programming. And what have we looked at in the past? I don't know. I know people that put it in for those things and got rejected. That's why it's like that's why I don't know. But that was like in year 1 or 2 of the district where we're doing a lot of staff programming. So.
Number 5, the library's not open when I want it, right? Like so, this is one that I know the board's had people come to the board meetings and say, can you be open longer hours? At least sometimes here, sometimes there. We've, I think, resisted that idea. We have a lot of data that shows that the numbers of people drop starting at 6 p.m. Number of people coming in the door. It doesn't say anything about the number of people who are staying here. But, it resonated highly with me for the parent who said, as a working parent, it's kind of appalling to me that the 2 days that I have off work, you open late and close early. And I don't know what you're thinking. And that resonates with me in the sense in which I don't know in a time of economic constraints, I don't know if it's time to open our hours, but you brought up we have a lot of labor intensive things that we do. Having the building open isn't a labor intensive thing. Having the makerspace is extraordinarily labor intensive. Boulder Reads is heavily labor intensive. Carnegie is heavily labor intensive. At what point is there a give and take for us to examine in part some of the labor intensive things so that we can offer more hours of access to the general public who may want to be here till 9 p.m. Because keeping the buildings open isn't necessarily complicated. Staffing the building, if the expectation is story time's happening and the makerspace is open and we have guards everywhere and we have staff to answer questions on computers, that's hard to do. But just having the building open isn't necessarily an economic constraint. You brought up, so Dallas, right? Dallas announced this week a significant cut in Dallas Public Library. But what they're doing is they're closing places, but the places that they're keeping around, they're opening significantly longer hours. So back to your point about like in a time of economic constraint, how is that impact on the public shown to be like, wow, the library's got even more to offer, right? And so the way they're doing that is, they're closing some buildings and some services that they're just completely jettisoning, but on the idea that they're going to keep their libraries, 5 of their libraries open until whatever, 9 o'clock tonight. Is that something that you guys are interested in?
Well, let me put it a different way. If we were going to pick 2 libraries to extend the hours, each 2.
Well, it would probably be May, and I think I can't imagine the others would do it any others.
Really?
Maybe.
Maybe go with
To me, it looks like everything in Boulder closed down 9 o'clock. If I were 20, I would move somewhere else, I think. But it's like, it's weird, but I don't know. Like, could the library, is the vision for downtown something different? Is being open till 9 in some ways surface? We are open here on this building from Thursday and Saturday nights till as late as 11. I mean, there are programs to build space.
I mean, my thing would be,
Makerspace is done specifically.
sorry,
Yeah.
That's okay. So is there a place, and I looked through here a couple times, but where our input was captured when we were all interviewed by the consultant?
I have all the interviews, I did not send that out.
Okay, so we didn't get that of each other or what we shared, right?
I don't know who all
I did,
interviewed.
I did.
I didn't get names associated with the interview, I could recognize some people.
Okay, so I just
got the
wanted
transcripts
to,
for all
okay,
of
I just want to make sure I didn't miss it in what I was reviewing. So I just wanted to share a comment that I made about the library is not open when I need it. Was my comment related to it was that as a district, I think we have this opportunity to no longer look like we're under the city system and schedule and all that. And so it was particularly the Friday closure at 5. And what I learned in some of the work I was doing with homeless communities and people were advocating for different types of programming is that there are very few places to meet after 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. And if you want to meet, it's a bar or a lounge or some place like that. But for people in recovery, going to a bar or a lounge is not, the place to go, right? But it's hard for people to find a place to gather, to convene as a community. And that's often when people are in recovery, that's like a good time for them to be focused on something else and have a distraction. I just say that because I, hadn't ever paid attention to that community in that way. But when you think about where would you meet on Friday afternoon after 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, there aren't many options for community. So I just say that because that, it goes along with my theme of Martin Luther King Day being open because, we have an opportunity to not be in the city holiday schedule or our hours of operation. And I think that's something that moves us towards our sort of independent district positioning.
Going back to the point you made a moment ago, I mean, I guess I would push maybe for more weekend hours before I would push for later hours. I mean, Friday night maybe falls into this as well because we do close extra early. Then, again, at some level, this is going to need to be data driven. If you're telling us nobody uses the library after 6, we should account for that. But if people would show up here at...
We haven't been open for decades.
So we don't
there's a balance there, but I do think, to some extent, I agree that we are going to want to find some ways to have longer hours, at least tactically in certain areas. I mean, the makerspace is interesting too, because you point out it is very expensive. It's also probably our most in-demand set of programs that people routinely complain about not being able to get into, right? So these are the things I think we're going to have to figure out how to balance. At some level, it's going to be how much are we willing to pay for something that benefits 20 people versus something that benefits 200 people. Which 20 people? How do we make decisions about which subgroups we're willing to fund more heavily than others? And how do we be consistent in all of that? Which is, I don't have answers to those questions.
Yeah, I think it was Lisa and then Doug.
You go ahead.
Okay. I would love to have the library be open more hours. I guess I would need to understand what the financial implication is of it, right? Because if we can be open longer to sweep in the people that work or early in the morning for the people that have kids to come in, that's lovely. That's kind of what we're here to do. I just want to make sure we can afford it, especially if our messaging is we need to lose a certain amount of roles that then also we're funding this. It just seems like perhaps we have to make sure that we're managing that message so it doesn't feel like we're cutting this to, do this as opposed to, those two things are completely separate. So the summary is I would love to see what the costs associated would be.
Yeah, I think it's worth on that. It goes back to, are we providing full service? Right, so Aurora Public Library, I can't remember what year, 2008, lost a ballot. The next morning they woke up, their city decided to cut their budget by roughly 70%, right? So they lost the ballot to become independent and get a tax. They cut their budget by 70%. What they did by January, they decided to open their hours longer. Well, they did it without staffing, right? They did it with security guards, right? So they had security guards in there. I thought this is a terrible model for a service, but it's an interesting experiment in the sense in which they were offering the library, the building, to the public for free. They could come in and use the computers. I don't think they could check out, but I don't even know. And they could come in and use computers and do their stuff. This is like 2009.
I wonder we could also
We have to think about
articulate it
different
as
way of
a,
providing service.
sorry, as a limited amount, like we're gonna do a test for a year. The library, the district is offering this extra net hours for a year to test it. And then we can determine usage rates, cost of electricity, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then if, we don't find enough people using it or it's more expensive than we thought, then we have a way to kind of, get back in the house, if you will. So there might be a way to communicate in a limited amount of time that it doesn't end up being something that we can't afford in the long run.
Yeah, maybe it's just one building.
I mean,
Yeah,
this is
well,
like all
yeah.
Tom's Gen Z
Sorry, Doug.
Right.
book clubs.
Right,
We're fine.
that's
Yeah,
right.
They
the
don't,
Gen Z
they don't
people.
want much.
I think I would like to see a little bit, especially around the cafe. I think like if we could, close off the whole building and have people come. And I think also like if you go to the makerspace, the daytime appointments are pretty open and not a lot of people come to. If we could shift hours of that staff to later and have, this part of the building and the cafe open.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you have more evening kind of hours for makerspace.
Noon to 9.
Yeah, because that's my problem with a lot of the programming and why I don't go to it is it's during the middle of the day when I'm not. But and so and I wouldn't say that. I probably wouldn't go to the programming in the evening too. I'm just no, it's not you, it's my lifestyle. It's that I'm like taking care of children, running them to appointments. So if I didn't have that I probably would do that, but I'm going to everything that's related to teens in the evening. So
That's a fair point though.
yeah.
It's mostly open
but-
during the day. Yeah.
But I think there's a way to section off the buildings here that I think you go and there's people in the cafe until the coffee shop closes. And then once it starts to close, they stick around to the end, but the whole place is full until the end. Can you expand that to upstairs maybe a little bit into that area? I don't think, maybe not, but also to your silent, maybe be able to reserve some of those couches for parts of the day for book clubs.
In here, it'd be much better meetings.
Yes.
I fall asleep, so.
And I mean, let's just remember our morning discussion where we said we're gonna try to cut a certain amount from our budget. So we just gotta, how do we fit all that together? Because I mean, if we're talking about expanding hours, how does that work with the budget cuts that we just said we're gonna do?
Well, as he said, you have to, you're shifting when people
Yeah,
come
yeah.
over.
Yeah.
You're changing their schedule,
Well, yeah, no, that could be it, right?
That was the other part of, this is the growing part
Right.
of the conversation.
Right. Yeah, that was this, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
The two are in hand, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have been crying and left.
Yeah.
but if you're restructuring for new and different uses.
Yeah, and that's good, that's fair.
That is the reality, right? So the
Yeah.
reality is that patron usage of the public library has dramatically changed. It has dramatically changed over the last 20 years, and over the last 5, it has been precipitous. It has happened much more rapidly than we thought. I can remember, you will remember, and you will remember, we had a commission member, Scott. So Scott said at the beginning of the pandemic when our digital circulation passed our physical circulation during a period during the pandemic, he said, David, what if this never changes? And I thought I don't know. It's possible. I certainly thought it was going to grow.
Right.
But the reality is there were implications. And now we're realizing we're 5 years later. Our door count is down. The number of people who browse the collection is down.
Yeah.
The number of people who use the computers is down. The number of people who ask questions is down.
Right.
All of these things have happened.
Yeah.
The digital circulation kind of, it's great. People are reading. That's one of our main goals.
Yeah.
Awesome. But it has had implications for what our service model is.
Right.
And we haven't changed that service model.
Right.
And so are there things that we need to explore about changing our service model in times of economic hardship, but also just to reflect in the pattern in which people's usage has changed?
Right, and so the use of meeting rooms though seems to be solidly up, right? And
Yeah.
Study rooms are packed.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think about it though, for all of us are pretty much lifelong library users, right? So when I was little, when I was a teen, when I was in my 20s, I would set time aside and I would go wander around. But now you have this. So like you kind of already know, like, you know, oh, here are all the things that the TikTokers are like recommending, or here's the writer that I like, or oh, I saw this, you know, recommendation on some website or whatever. So I mean, it really has changed like the entire approach. And I think that's interesting.
Here's another out of the box thing is like, what if we made some of these things available with no staff here? So,
Well, there's a safety
Yeah,
issue there.
yeah.
well, I'm just saying like, if you want to use the basement Reynolds meeting room for a 8 to 10 meeting, you know, when we're closed, and you're gonna sign that you're responsible, and I'm just saying, like
Take a deposit or something.
or whatever, you know,
Yeah.
like you're
A
responsible
refundable
for
deposit.
it. You're responsible for cleaning up. Like it's a way of, you know, I'm just saying it's out of the box, but
I get it, Doug, and I kind of knew that we were going to go here. And I am, I'm certainly willing to look into it if that's the will of the board, but I am highly skeptical that
okay.
we are capable, we are not that sort, right? And I don't know that we can simply, there are a lot of libraries who are doing that now. Like you have a pass on your card, you can swipe your card and have access to the library 24/7, right? That is, I'm not sure either we or Boulder are ready for that, honestly, I just don't know. And because then I'll have to be back here to you, asking you the question, do you want to put certain restrictions on some people's cards based upon
Yeah, and that's,
where they live? or
we
what
don't
their
want
income
to
is?
go there.
Yeah,
You're gonna be like,
Don't wanna
no,
go
so
there.
there we are, right? Like,
I mean, you could do like a training, and you have to be a qualified user and
Yeah,
all
that
that stuff.
doesn't-
But yeah,
that sounds very strange to me.
Yeah, right.
Why not?
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't, that's not where I would start, mainly because like the scale at which we could do it, like basements of Reynolds, I don't think moves the needle on this, right? Like it's this building that has all the meeting spaces, and presumably we're not close to letting people wander this building completely unsupervised. I do think Lisa makes a good point though, like we should be looking for ways to cut down on unused, like booking and not being used, right? So whether that is investing in iPads in all the conference rooms that automatically clear after 5 minutes if no one checks in, or tying reservations to a library card where you lose your right to book rooms if you no-show X number of times. I mean, like there's ways to do all of this,
It
yes.
takes a person to manage that.
Well, and it takes money
Same
to put in
with
the
taking
system.
deposits, that costs
Yeah,
money.
yeah, it would.
Yeah, there's certainly overhead here, but
Yeah.
you know, my guess is, I don't know,
And
right?
we tried the pad thing, the
Didn't work.
meeting rooms, when we did the renovation, it didn't work. I don't know that the technology is there, or if it's there, we can afford it right now.
It's certainly something we have to look at. I don't disagree. I just don't know what the resolution is.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's frustrating to see those shows. I want to talk about one other topic that's in the list of 11 questions, and that's what does it mean to be a community center? So this has been a question that I've had for years as well. We talk about being a community hub, and indeed I think we are. But we have taken upon, whether we know it or not, it does resonate with people. It didn't rise to the occasion of the interviews and stuff like that. But we have taken on a lot of civic responsibilities. You can, if you have a certain income, you can get tax up here. You can get your driver's license here if you want. You can vote. We have navigator help for help assistance finding housing. We have taken on a whole host of civic responsibilities. I don't know if I guess my question is like, I don't believe we've necessarily been purposeful about it. We never said what's the intent. Are we a community hub and then also have a civic function? So, there are libraries throughout Northern Europe who have totally redefined themselves centrally around their civic function, right? That is, you go there to get a driver's license. Oh, guess what? They also have books. You can get your Section 8 vouchers. You can get, you can do all those things at the public library. That is the primary function of the public library. Oh, and they also have books and they have programs and you can check out whatever, a computer or an instrument or something like that. That has not generally been the direction that American public libraries have gone in. There are neighborhood libraries who, if the Board of Elections came and said, like, we want to use your place to vote, they would say, like, get out, we don't want to talk to you because we're not changing the locks and not giving you a room for a month, right? We have been just kind of the opposite, and almost every single one that lands in our lap, we've said kind of okay to. I don't know. I'm conflicted here in the sense in which I don't believe we've had a purpose. We don't have it defined. We don't not define that role. we've not said what are the reasons wherein we would say no to someone or say yes to someone. It's just kind of out there. Is it important that we have some definition around it? Because like for me, my earliest advice in library was from my mentor said, like, be careful of taking upon yourself everything that nobody else in government wants to fund, because A, you water down your mission, and B, you change the public's perception of what, you devalue the public library by basically everything that government doesn't want to fund, public library says, well, we'll do it, right? And then that leads to both that devaluing of the mission and also devaluing the sense of what public library values.
So, I'm thinking of two different things with this. I think reframing it through a civic lens I think it would be important for us to say, here are the civic activities that we support. I think it would be helpful to have the list of all the things we already do when we begin this conversation with the city about the buildings. And not in we do what government doesn't do, but we do something you don't do.
Yeah.
And the space is central to that. Right? And I think that then feeds into another part of the narrative that the world has out there, where we are the alternative to AI, because we're physical and we're space and people engage with it, and we're also in that democracy. It's really interesting, like in the storytelling, someone called it the democracy, right? So Jamie Raskin yesterday, he was here for a fundraiser in town, and I've been back and forth with him on this conversation about rebranding the Democratic Party, and he tells the story from the 1930s where FDR actually referred to the Democrats as the democracy. And so he says to me, it's our brand. Right? But there's a history to that, because it's an action. It's not a thing. And we're an action.
I do think this will be an important thing to include in this Oregon strategic plan. I mean, are we happy with our mission statement? Or do we need to, I don't think expand is even the right word. Do we need to refocus it maybe on the things that are most critical? I mean, our mission statement right now doesn't even say literacy. It used to way back in the day. I mean, now it's about connecting people, which is maybe still the right frame, but I think at some point we are going to have to ask this question of what do we do and what do we not do? And it would be useful to have a guiding principle around how we make that decision versus just being largely values-based, which I think is kind of where we're at the moment.
Yeah.
I have always been against being a community center. We are a place for the community, and we're a place for literacy and a place for, art and beauty and that sort of thing. But I think around the conversations we've had with emergency services, and that's not our job. If somebody wants to pay us to be open for an emergency, I'm willing to talk about that. I'll give you an instance. So my wife reserves the North Boulder upstairs thing every Friday, and all her October appointments got canceled because they're going to use it as a voting center. Is our job? I'm happy, but we're dedicating a space for that. I mean, we have the drop boxes, that's great, but now, it's going to use the one conference room for an entire month. And, even with Sundance coming in, I'm happy they're coming in, but they're going to use the theater for a month or 2 months or whatever. So it's going to be blocked out for a specific org, and they're going to bring people in that's more of a community sponsored organization. But I just mean, we have to be very careful that, that we get used too much, and then it dilutes what we actually do. I guess that's I'm happy to do community stuff. I think we are open to the community, but it's I don't think we're a community center. A community center is
Tension.
Do you know what kind of voting activity?
I guess they're gonna have ballots.
We're a polling place, so for 3 of our locations now, Maine has been for a number of years, and now Gun Barrel and Boulder as well.
But are you gonna
I
put
thought it was
polling
just checking
machines
the
in the
boxes.
gun barrel too?
There's still folks that vote on
Change the
polling
locks on the
locations.
doors, on the doors that they use for uploading.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a big impact to our facilities. I don't think we're gonna get reimbursed for that, are we?
No.
Yeah, so I mean, like, come on, man. It's like,
How do we take, we need to have a more, that's what I'm saying.
Yes. That's exactly
I'm not opinionated about which way to go. I do think there are valid reasons for, like, a lot of Northern European libraries redefine themselves entirely around that concept. That there's value in it, right? But there's also value in your argument that we shouldn't do any of that kind of shit.
I think, I actually wrote it, that we need to relook at the mission statement because scope creep is such a real thing. And in a year and time where we need to, tighten our belts and be really smart about money and space and what we're offering and make sure people don't feel like we're taking away, but we're, offering more. There's a real danger in us continuing to add things that then means that we have to sacrifice other things, like to your point, right? So I don't know that we need to solve it here. I have my own personal opinions about do we need to do more of this and that, but I think the truth is that the next step, one of the next steps should be that we do need to look at the mission statement for you, and that we need to understand and define what is it that we are not. Not only what are we like kind of general, because everybody will have a different description of that, but like we are not gonna be a voting center, I'm gonna make it up, or we're not gonna be a licensed, or whatever those things are, right? And just very clearly for the sake of the staff and for the sake of our communication, know what we're gonna say no to and yes to, so that we don't end up with scope creep that is killing everybody because we are trying to do so many things.
What other, we got minutes.
We're good.
What other topics that's everything I really wanted to touch on.
I will say the tensions in general, I think, are one of the most useful parts of this document. I also would say the goal is not necessarily to resolve each of those tensions one direction or the other. Some of these are dualities that we're just going to have to find ways to live with. And like they'll always be true, and I think we should realize them, recognize them, but it's not always that one direction is the right answer.
We probably, I think, have some things we can narrow down.
Just for my edification, what's the next steps for the strategic plan? I mean, this is all the feedback we gathered.
Yeah, I think we'll probably be back to the board again, but I'm gonna take it back. What we had initially had dreamed up was that we were gonna have narrow goals today, and we would be talking about that, but we changed that too, and I think this is beneficial both for me and for the board, and probably for all of us, to get a little broader input from you all. We'll come back with some things. I do believe we need to redo the mission as well. I think we probably need to redo the values. We started those conversations with some of the staff groups. I think they were excited about it. We just kind of put it on pause because we knew that there's the budget is going to eat our mind space for the next 3 months, and I think so we'll spend the next 3 months kind of drafting some parameters around a strategic plan that we can then further refine. I don't know that we're going to get it done by January, but we'll aim for something towards the end of the year, and then to refine it maybe in the early part of 2027. It was an interesting conversation today about the buildings too, right? So initially when we had proposed, let's consider a 3 or a 5 year plan, the 5 year plan, it was all about determining meadows, Carnegie, all those things that we talked about. Right. We decided as a group to narrow it in on 3 years, to more narrowly focus on getting our money right and some of the other things. I don't see how the two are separable. We showed that today. You cannot separate those two parts of the conversation. And so in some ways we'll have to contend with that. And I don't have a good plan right now for what we would say in a strategic plan that is going to materially address some of those facilities issues that we are all aware of, that without having them in the equation makes it difficult to understand what we're doing right now. So they are in the equation for you, they are in the equation for me. We certainly have not made that case to the public. I'd argue about whether we've made that case to the staff. And so I think it's like, what the fuck are you doing all this for? And the reason we're doing it for is to get beyond a certain point where we have like an average age of building at 60 years that are falling apart around our ears and the air conditioning is on for. How do we get out of that?
Again, I think we don't want to be dealing with the city.
Yeah.
It's just gone out with an emergency bond issue.
That's right.
Well, I
We're trying to be good stewards.
I do think like the decisions we've made today about the budget give us more ability to modify facility spaces to reach the strategic plan's goal. Whether it's modifying a space for a different kind of use, or changing study rooms or changing other parts into more meeting rooms, or changing the way we configure spaces so that we can be open later hours and have a secure defendable space, that kind of stuff. I do think that the money that we want to set aside will help us with that, make those types of changes.
I think part of the way you square this too is like, yeah, this 3-year plan isn't going to say, here's what Methodist is going to be 4 years from now. I think what this 3-year plan can say is, broadly speaking, this is what we want to optimize our spaces for. This is how we're thinking about serving the community in terms of regional libraries, branches, things of that variety. I mean, like, we are looking at all of those things. I think we can start to paint some of that picture here, even if we're not getting to specific buildings. We can preview for folks like, look, we're not going to leave all of East Boulder with no library, right? Like, we think about these things geographically. We want to make sure there is some level of geographic distribution to our services. Similarly, we want to make sure our buildings are continually being optimized for meeting spaces or maker spaces, or things that are going to be less and less about storing books and more about how does the community use the space.
The AI thing is something we're going to have. I mean, we have been working on a strategy or whatever, not a policy or a statement, AI statement. It's a thin needle to thread right now, and I feel I appreciate what's said there. I mean, I think where my head is at right now, and maybe this is all wrong, but I feel compelled as a librarian to not be using it in a publicly interfacing way very much. And any time that we do, we notice it. Right? We are saying up front, you can opt in or opt out with this AI option, which is there. Now that seems a little, I also recognize that is a little bit, my feet stuck in the mud. But that's the needle we're trying to thread. We are using it a lot internally. We've been using it for 2 years for taking notes. We use it for data analysis. We use it for all kinds of things. And there are advantages there, but most of the public-facing AI today is slop. I don't know that it will always be slop, but I'm not I'm both not confident, and I'm also not, super optimistic about making it a replacement tool for like getting book recommendations, right? Like, it's fine if you want to do that on your own. And I suspect that in part, like with reference questions, we will be subject to the changes in public habits, right? We need to be more sensitive to the change in public habits that are doing. We do not need to be on the leadership edge of that, right? Where I feel, enough about me. My main regret in librarianship was that I spent like the first 15 years of my career, trying to advance the goals of technology, right? And I don't know, and it was obvious to me after the first 4 or 5 that I was doing somebody else's work. And I don't look back on those days fondly necessarily. I was thinking like, wow, I'm putting all the tools in the hands of the public to undermine all the things that I believe about our mission: reading, privacy, confidentiality, all the things that I believe in. I'm basically handing people the tool to do otherwise. And I feel a little at odds today about that whole trajectory of my career. I'm hesitant on AI, and so we will make use of it. We're not going to have a robot on the desk anytime soon, I don't think.
I don't think that's what anybody's saying.
No, but I guess what I'm also saying is that the public's habits have changed. Like Google search is now like it's 70%, and if you're not shopping for something, you're using AI. and probably you're using AI even to help you shop for things. And that drastically changes our business. I would argue that Google did it already by just pretending like there was a place where you could get answers. Like now people are getting answers, whether they're good or not, I'm not here to say, I don't want to judge it. It's just that whole notion of the library as being a part and parcel of some information economy is long gone. We should have buried it 20 years ago, but today it's gone. I don't know, in my personal belief, I don't think the internet's going to be anything resembling the horrible thing that it is now 5 years from now. I just don't think people will be going there. I don't know the reason unless you're shopping for shit from Amazon, right? Like, so, where are we in that trajectory? We need to start just being a little bit honest with ourselves that the public's usage has changed. And sure, there may be people who AI leaves behind, just like there are people who technology leaves behind. Back to our civic role, is it our responsibility to carry everything that no one else will fund? We have to ask ourselves that question. I don't know that we can. I don't think it's a good spot for us to build a future. You don't build a future on being the last resort for people who have nothing else. So that said, we just need to start articulating a better path.
Because I think there's like so many different roles that AI can play. It could be as simple as literally something that tells you what events there are, like just being able to make a website that's hard to maneuver, easy and simple for anybody, right? As simple as that to as complicated as figuring out how do we do a lot of our internal processes quicker, more efficiently, or if we wanted to more of that civic role, it's been proven that as more and more websites block off from AI, crawling over their data, their recommendations are getting sort of concentrated on certain things. It's not a true fair recommendation. So what very likely is going to happen is that as people are getting book recommendations from, ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, that there's going to be an ever smaller amount of authors that get, recommended, portrayed. You could argue that if we wanted to take that civic role, then we would do the opposite of like, how do you expand people's selection set of books and make everybody have all, as opposed to go like that. So there's like different roles that you can have. We need to choose what our footing is on each. It's not, one thing is not everything, right? And maybe it is year one, we're only going to focus on communication of the stuff we have. Like AI has no subjective, it's just communication and organization and use of information. And then we grow from there as we're comfortable. But it's here, it's gonna grow, just like we gave computer classes to people back when, right? That's why we have computers here for access and for education. AI is that now, as the computers of 20 years ago. And so we have to play a role and we have to figure out how to use it. There's no ands and buts about that. And it is here, it's coming, it's growing. So
I'd say it's here, right? So there has been strong advocacy, at least some advocacy that the role of public libraries is to educate people around AI. I think that sounds like a great idea for 2023.
2033? 2023. Oh.
2023. Had that been a role for public libraries, we missed the boat.
I mean, now you could just ask Copilot, how do I do this thing on Copilot? That's usually like, or Claude, it'll tell you what to do and steps and all that stuff. It's gotten pretty easy to use. I do like the ideas of like what you're saying.
Yeah, because I don't know where we're updating the website. And again, I might be simplifying. So it might be like, that costs a lot of money. But, there might be an intermediate way to help people find what we're doing already, right? There's something in here that said, do people even know that we give bicycle fobs?
The calendar and the web have to be AI compatible. And the web page now is scrapable AI, but our web page looks like almost like a pre-Google web page. It looks like a directory that we built which it looks like, I was looking at Wayback Engine and it's like Yahoo in 1995, I don't need to denigrate our webpage. A lot of people built web pages like that. It was before the sense that people could, the whole innovation of Google was leading everybody to believe that somehow you could just ask a question and get an answer. Disregard the fact that initially it had 60,000 results and nobody went through all 60,000 to see which was right. And then very rapidly became replaced by ads. That's a whole different argument. The leap was that the public began to believe that you could ask a single natural language question in a single box and get an answer. That's what changed. That was, prior to that, we all searched like librarians, and there was a directory of information you went to. Let's look for information about businesses, let's look for information about books, and that just doesn't exist anymore. I mean, there's nobody, very few people younger than me, I think, that even think about, like, how do you organize information from the directories? You just ask a natural language question, and AI has taken that to a level unimaginable, even by Google, 20 years ago. So, that change will, whatever happens to AI, we're not gonna go back.
But what we're always gonna be is physical people.
Yeah.
That's our strength in this. We're not gonna be able, we can decide how to use AI in terms of how we operate the library. You can't compete with that.
Yeah.
It's like, I would much rather be able to look at the staff pick library shelf and get an algorithm to feed me more shit. So if I were gonna be doing this on our webpage, I would have a daily or a weekly, staff recommendation. Here's for parents of kids 4 to 6. Make sure you see these books. That's stuff. Because again, I think people will value that as we move forward.
All right, thank you all very much.
So do we-
Before you do your assessment.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would just, you want 5 minutes? I mean, this is good. I literally think we could do this in 10.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, are you good with that? So Libby did put together an analysis of our board assessments. I don't know if we would send that out. I think it's just sent to you and me to start with. But I can kind of highlight some of the recommendations based upon the 7 of our assessments, and they're pretty much the same as they've been from year 1. So one recommendation is approve a repeatable new trustee orientation checklist. I've kind of already started something, and I'm gonna send it to Nadine and Lisa to get their input since they're our newest. And I'll try to incorporate some of the things like Doug, being a mentor and whatnot. I'll kind of try to incorporate that stuff. But I'm gonna just, come up with something that maybe we can just use it going forward. I think that we're doing all the things, or at least I assume we're doing all the things. Well, at least this way we can say, okay, yeah, we definitely did all of the different things. And then number 2 was adopt an annual trustee education and development plan. And I think we'll probably want to talk about that one a little bit more, think about that one a little bit more, because I don't know, I myself don't really know what specifically we're thinking about here. Like, is it requiring people to go to, because I think in our bylaws it says that we go to certain events every year. I mean, is that what we're talking about? That one I want to kind of unpack a little
I think
more.
it's events, and then the Colorado Association of Libraries does
Yeah.
a street track.
Yeah, maybe that's,
I know we don't have anybody going this year.
Yeah.
Last year, I think we had 3 people.
yeah, I went 1 year, but I can't go this year. And then number 3 is tag substantive agenda items to strategic priorities or policy. I had asked Celia before we got these results, I asked her to start kind of highlighting like agenda items, action items on our agenda, because I never know, are we supposed to make a decision about this? Are we just talking about this? So certain things like that, but I don't know if there's a way, to me, that one is also a little tricky, because I would hope that we would all as trustees know what the strategic is that too?
I would personally benefit from this is information, decision needs to be made, yes or no, what exactly.
That's where the action, the action item
Yes.
things is definitely happening. And then agree on president and trustee protocols for difficult behavior and staff requests. I don't think we've had difficult behavior, but maybe.
Difficult behavior from trustees.
It just says for
or-
difficult behavior, it could be the public, it could be, I don't know, interpersonal, I don't think we have those issues. And then it says, and staff requests, and I think on that, it's probably just us remembering our swim lane, right? We're trustees, we're not the director, we shouldn't be going to staff to direct them to do something. It's okay to bring something up. We act as a body, we don't act as individual trustees, and I think we just sometimes have to remember that. And then the fifth.
real quick on that point, I think the thing we could button up a little bit is we'll often have meetings where we maybe make a request of David, but we're not super clear about if we're making a request and we aren't.
and that's
So I think
good,
we could be a little bit more specific about
David
what we're
addressed
asking.
that in one of the meetings, which is,
Yeah,
we take a vote on something.
then it's a board directive, that's right,
Yeah.
that's correct,
So we
that's
need to
correct.
keep that in mind.
Yes, correct. And so, I mean, I want to go back to what you were saying, like, so what are you thinking, like, in terms of like, how can we do better to like make those
I mean, maybe this
directives
is
more
just,
clear?
we set the standard for ourselves that we make no requests. I mean, we should decide what process by which we make requests to staff, and it needs to be something other than one person in a meeting mentioned an idea.
I think
But also, we should make sure that if people have things they want to request from staff, that we have a mechanism for
I
doing
think
that. I think we just need to formalize it.
For example, we are bringing back the calendar to you in like 2 months.
Okay.
It's not gonna include being closed on Martin Luther King.
Right.
And I'm sorry, David, only one person mentioned, nobody said a thing about it. We may have all the,
Two people mentioned it.
closing on Martin Luther King,
No, opening on Martin.
opening on Martin Luther King. But in any case, it's like, you're gonna have to say that at the meeting.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to say it at the meeting that you want,
Well, I think
and
we
it
will.
needs 4 people, and then we do it, right?
So
But-
can I propose this? So we have a section on our agenda that we call Trustee Matters. And so if you have something like this that you want to propose, like the MLK thing, like maybe you like let Celia know ahead of time, can you add this to the agenda as a trustee matter? Because I think we don't even really say what trustee matters are. It's just like whatever you want to bring up in the moment. If we have a little bit more structure for ourselves to just say, hey, Celia, I want to, raise this question to the board and see if, we want to make any decisions on that. I think that would help give us a little bit more structure going forward. So like if you want to, like, Benita, if you want to reach out to Celia and say, can we put MLK Day on, on our meeting agenda? with
Holiday
the trustee
calendar
matters?
comes very-
Holiday calendar, yeah.
I mean,
Perfect.
with the holiday, just to be clear though, I thought we just decided to look at those holidays as part of the budget.
Yes,
stuff.
we did.
Okay, thank you.
And you will
Yeah.
see the
We
calendar
did.
in November, right after you've done the budget.
Okay.
Perfect, okay, and maybe that's not the best example for this.
I think
Let's not
that is a good example. The calendar.
Yeah. Okay, and then the last thing that's listed as a recommendation is create one indexed portal for governing documents and public links. And I think the website will probably fix that. Say that again. So the fifth one, create one indexed portal for governing documents and public links. To me,
We're
that's
good about
website.
this for some things and bad about this for others.
Yeah.
There was like, in the survey, it asked us like go find certain things.
Yeah.
And there's some of the
Working
things we
friends.
asked that you definitely can't find publicly today. You'd have to make a quarter request for them.
Oh, tell me what they are. and I'll
Yeah,
make
so
sure.
maybe we should go and actually look at
Okay,
exactly
I
what
think
those
that's
are.
good.
But
The intention of your webpage is to do all
To
the
do all of
documents.
that, yeah, to be the repository of all the documents, yeah, okay. So, I think those were the recommendations on, and a lot of that stuff, like the new trustees, we've been talking about, trying to make that better every year, so, those are the key recommendations of everybody's.
So this is the right area, but I would like to suggest 2 additional things for our meetings. The first one is, any deck that we share, I really would like to see it ahead of time.
Yeah.
I really would like a lot of time in preparation. I want to review everything that you send, and so I would rather not have anything new here. As opposed to, if you are like, hey, we updated this, that's fine.
Yeah.
But like a completely new thing, I really would appreciate the deck beforehand. I'm sure all of us would. And the second piece is, as a new person, I would really appreciate also introductions to people. Like if the ones that we know, like just like, here's Mary Admo and and here's
Oh,
whoever.
yeah, oh, no, good point. Okay.
Not the people you don't know, obviously, but
Yeah.
obviously Jennifer, but sometimes I'm like, who's that person? Or who's that person? In the beginning of the meeting, that would be awesome. Like, hey, here are 3
Yeah.
folks, here's what they do.
I can do
Anybody in the room, name and title if we know.
I will do that every
That would
meeting.
be super
Okay,
helpful.
yeah. And then my only other thing, and this is just, having done this particular role for a couple of months, is it is sometimes hard when some people raise their hands to speak and wait to be called on. and some folks just dive in. And I don't know, I would like to ask that we try to get in the practice, especially when people are online, because you can be online and you can have your hand raised and it can be raised for a long time. And even if I see them, I can't call on them because we're so busy just back and forth things. So if we could maybe just maybe make a little bit of an effort to try to raise our hands more, I think that, I know, but you're usually up there with your hand raised forever and I'm like, I want to call on Tom. So yeah, so that's maybe one more thing we can do just to kind of help make sure everybody has an opportunity to provide input. I think that'd make us a little bit.
We can get everyone little flags.
Well, I don't need a flag. I just want to, have a sense of like, just to make sure. The online folks in particular, I feel like they wait a long time before they get to weigh in. So
I do think having some way of indicating would actually be helpful in this, especially to you as president.
Yeah,
who then has to call on everyone.
It's a good about the documents and where they're stored. Are written meeting minutes that we approve posted in there? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good.
As part of the subsequent packet, we don't have like a standalone. These are just all the meeting minutes, do we?
Yeah, there's links to the meeting minutes after they're approved.
And
each meeting.
And maybe still have.
Oh yeah, Benita.
No, it's Doug had his hand up.
Okay, I was looking this way, so okay.
And maybe when we do the meeting minutes at the top, we'd have a summary of all actions or decisions. And now we just kind of report the meetings in synchronous order.
Well, and that's the other thing, and I thought about it, but I didn't want to. We do things the way we do them. But like one other thing that I noticed on other boards that I serve on is the action items are together, like at the beginning. So after we approve meeting minutes, then we do the action items, and then we do the reports. So that way it is all together in the minutes. You can just go right to it. So it's one way to.
I like that.
Yeah.
So I'll send you.
In the minutes or in the order of the meeting?
In the agenda, if we put the action items like right after like the approval of the minutes and the public comment, and then have the action items, and then after that'll be all the reports. So that way when someone's looking in the meeting minutes, they can see the action items right at the beginning.
We don't necessarily do the meeting that way. It's just we put the actions at the top.
Oh, no, I would suggest we would just do it all in that order. So like action items just go to the top of the agenda.
Because it's usually chronological.
It changes, it's doable. It changes the time that when we typically have staff or guests to do the reporting.
Oh, yeah.
It pushes them to a later part of the meeting, but that's fine. We can,
Okay.
if that's what you want to do, that's what we'll do.
Okay.
There are often presentations with actions.
Well, no, but then they would go with the action item. So like if there's an action item, like we want to approve this contract, that will be with the presentation for that action item will go with it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it relates to the survey comment made, but then just in thinking about other comments made. It has to do with the role of the treasurer. And somewhere in the survey, I indicated that that was a concern of mine because I've now, worked my way through every role on the board except chair. But I really thought like it would, like I wanted to be in this role of treasurer for the reasons of like the discussion we had today.
Yeah.
But I think there's a gap there in how we use the role of treasurer and how we are aligned with whatever it is that's shared with the board. And it's the role of treasurer, but it's also the role of finance committee that, we should have been, briefed on this a part of this particular discussion on our agenda before this meeting. And so my early frustration when I got here was like, where is this? And, and not just being surprised by it in terms of.
Okay, I'm not trying to be defensive or anything, but I did individually brief you and Tom. I briefed Lisa on exactly what it was we were going to be talking about this morning.
No, the finance stuff. I'm talking about the finance, not strategic plans.
No, precisely on the
For the
finance.
finance
I spoke
tool,
to every single person that's in that room about what to expect.
Yeah.
But I think it was
It was in some ways alarming, but I didn't want you to be surprised, and that's why I met
No,
with
the
you.
big
I mean, it's
picture
the
numbers,
detail-
I agree.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think she's talking about the details in the spreadsheet and.
And seeing that kind of information in advance. But I still go back though to, the role of our officers, so to speak, and particularly the treasurer for future treasurers, but maybe we should define that a little more carefully, just given the financial issues that are in front of us and how, we need to have some consistency there in terms of the leadership and stewardship.
I'm gonna make my comment, Doug, and then you.
Okay.
So one of the things I wondered about, so we kind of changed a little bit over time. So like I was like the first, secretary treasurer, and there really wasn't much for that person to do because we didn't really have much, we were just kind of building things, the foundation. But I did try to be like, okay, here's a little bit of the report, et cetera. And I don't know if you remember me doing that a couple of times. And then I think there was this, the treasurer after me, I felt like she did kind of the same, but then she also had Adriana kind of jump in, and Adriana and David kind of gave that report. And so I feel like that's kind of where we are now, which also makes me wonder, and I thought about this when I was the treasurer, is do we need a treasurer?
Yeah, well, I wonder about that too as it relates to, we're not even on a bank account, right? It's only the chair.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
It's on the account. And
after the first year, I remember going, we don't need a secretary. So we kind of jettisoned the secretary. But I did wonder when we had Adriana and David giving a report, I was like, well, wouldn't the treasurer do that? But I guess I just didn't really think it through. But I don't know, something for us
But I
to
just
think
think
about.
there needs to be some stewardship related to the role, just given the issues that we know are before us, right?
Yeah.
So
Doug had his hand up, and then
I mean, I would say that, for instance, in the budget coming up, that the finance committee should vet the budget and answer the questions before they. I mean, that's a more active role. I think our finance with when Sam and Kara, when Sam was they were meeting weekly with you, right? Or every other week, or
in the first year?
I don't know about weekly, but
every other week or something.
It was the first year.
Bi-monthly.
Bi-monthly, twice a week.
And Kara, we did bi-monthly, I think.
So I mean, if I can go either way, if you want, I do think that if we have a finance committee, they should be going over
I'm not saying the
books.
finance committee should change. That is still very important.
But I feel like
that role.
they should be seeing all these presentations before the board and answering questions and as a board member, and that way you can have the present. We wouldn't have so many questions or something.
Yeah, I think Lisa and then Andy, you guys decide.
I don't know about the treasurer piece, I mean, but I do, any other board, I'm on the finance committee on all the boards I'm on, unsurprisingly, and so I am used to being such an intimate part of these models and things like that, and I also provide ground cover, because we've already talked to it, for example, we didn't, but we would have already talked to Adriana and David about every single number in there. And then if you ask the question, we're like, we already talked about it, and here's the 3 things that and so it just makes the conversation better, easier, faster to have the committee go through each individual number to make sure everybody feels good. And then we also help the team get through the conversation faster because there's already trustee oversight. We are scheduling meetings every quarter. I don't know if that's enough. I mean, I think that's it, but
I don't know. We haven't had one.
Yeah, but they are now, I think, in the calendar, or we're gonna meet every quarter. But definitely anything that is next year's budget, quarterly financials should be seen by the finance committee before it comes here. I mean, that's how I'm used to working in finance committees. If there's a difference, I'll be happy to discuss it.
I think, this is where we need to make a decision on how active we want the role of treasurer to be. I think I'm with Doug in that we could jettison the role and rely on Adriana and folks to do it like we saw today, or there's the other version of this, which is Benita could have given today's presentation after, but that requires a very deep understanding of all of the models and how they're put together. So that's where we just need to make a decision here. But I agree, there's a level where as a board we should have that depth of knowledge, and we're not doing the library's day-to-day accounting, but models for how we want to spend our money over the next 5 years is the kind of thing I would normally hold the board's purview. But again, it's do you want this to be a 10-hour week
I think
job
it's a
or not?
responsibility. It's that role, right? It's whoever is in that position, but it's the board's ownership of it, and what is our fiduciary responsibility as a board, as it relates to this governance issue.
I think we still want to have a high level of involvement. Like you're talking about, I just don't know if the way we've structured it is
right. But we need to, I think, better define that role, I guess, and I think if we, said, oh, we don't need that. I think that would raise a lot of public suspicion about why don't we
That's
need
a
a
great point.
treasurer?
That's a really good point.
I would just prefer that our treasurer and finance committee take on a more active role and then, at least coming into our budget discussion, have gone through all this.
Yeah.
That would be my vote.
Yeah,
If I'm not of voting.
yeah,
So
yeah.
sorry to give you more work, but
No,
you
we signed up for it,
Yeah,
right? And I thought,
So I
I
think,
wanted to help make it structurally
What
sound.
level though?
sound.
Because twice a month is that's micromanaging. That's like,
No, I don't think we're saying, we're
Yeah.
saying like in the beginning, and
Okay.
as we formed.
I'm
we
happy to
needed
do
that
any,
sort of
you guys know better what we need to do here. I'm happy to adjust, but I have very rarely been that involved twice a month.
Right. No, I don't think we're big.
But maybe once a month or once every 2 months or 3 months, I think it's appropriate.
So maybe why don't we do this, like on the treasurer piece, why don't we, like Benita, maybe you just kind of keep monitoring it for yourself, and then when we get to the spring, when it's time to, potentially, do officer updates, you can kind of report back what you think, and then we can kind of make a decision then.
You don't want to change this sooner than that?
I don't know, I mean,
What do
she's
you
gonna
want-
be on the finance committee no matter
What do
what.
you- I didn't hear your question.
And then we do have a treasurer in our bylaws, so that's the other part, is we would have to update that.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying, that we need to either,
Yeah, so maybe that's something that for, when we do the officers next year.
They're saying that we wouldn't change this till the next treasurer, is that your opinion?
I mean, so I think, I think it's scoping. I just think as a governing board, we need to better define that role and function.
Agree.
And so that's what I'm particularly focused on.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're learning as we go along
Yeah.
here, right?
And-
But it isn't
And
what
parents-
I think it
Yeah,
should
so
be.
in part, it's incumbent upon you to tell me what you want.
Yeah.
Just tell me what you want. Like,
Yeah.
it's not an imposition of me. If you want to meet every week, I'll do it. If you want to meet every month, I'll do it. Just say what you want and commit to a time and place.
Yeah.
We'll do it. It's not it has been incumbent upon everybody who's been on the finance committee.
Yeah.
I think when Andy and Kara were there, they said what about if we just meet once every other month? And we said, okay, why not? But prior to that, we met
bi-monthly with every other month.
just say what it is you want.
Twice a month sounds a lot. Okay.
Yeah, I think just you guys
Okay.
define the role.
Okay.
That's what, right?
Yeah.
For now.
For now.
So
But
what
we
is
can certainly
the
do
next
more.
step from this meeting? Maybe the treasurer scope and then the finance committee scope and frequency.
So it seems to me it would be helpful then, that the finance committee, you're meeting David, Jennifer, in September before we get the board.
For sure.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's our entire agenda for
Yeah,
today.
thank you all for the hard work. It goes without saying, right, but it is the harder work of the board to have to do stuff like this on all day on a Sunday.
But it's kind of fun.
And I appreciate the effort today. Hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you too for all the work. Thank you. It's a lot to put together and it's a long day for you guys as well.
Andy and David, do you